Mitchell presiding, you may be seated.
All right, before I bring the jury in, to the audience in particular, for either side, particularly family members, if you're gonna have difficulty controlling your emotions, I need for you to step out now. And outburst will not be tolerated. You can bring the jury.
You ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jury is now entering into the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 2 of the indictment. Ma'am?
Court's in session.
Ma'am? Ms. Johnson, is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you for your service this week. You've done exactly what the court asked you to do, which was to sit, listen to all the proof, and come to a decision. You are excused. Thank you.
Jury is excused.
Thank you.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Your Honor. Court's still in session.
Mr. Hernandez Govan, a jury of your peers having found you not guilty of all charges, sir, you are free to go.
Thank you so much, Judge.
You may come off the record.
Court's in recess.
I need judgment. Mhm.
Ma'am. Judge sheets.
I need judgment sheets as to each count. Get the clerk to help you do record, yeah, but Mr. Your local counsel can help you do that. Mr. Dorn, I'm sorry, Mr. Dorn.
Norwegian Cruise Line sent alarm notification.
Oh, I was getting ready to, I was trying to get the, I was getting ready to fill them out.
He's trying to fill them out.
I'm trying to fill out, I didn't know that
You got the,
I'm computer illiterate. Here's the file. Sorry.
We're gonna take y'all suicide elevator, nobody.
I was trying to get it to pull up over there and I couldn't get it to pull up right.
is it messed up? The system messed up?
Hold on.
The application is messed up.
Oh, you got an ass.
Yeah, that's why I pulled those out, because I couldn't get it. It wouldn't work when I tried to do it. 7116.
7116.
But you're
7116. Hey, son.
Yeah, when I was trying to do it exactly, I couldn't get that. I couldn't even get it listed. I'm like, that's the problem. Oh, but she's gonna print the actual computer one.
Oh, okay, it wouldn't print a
Yeah, it
second.
wasn't printing that. That's a long bit.
I'm gonna just fill it out, man.
Yeah, I don't even know if they have. No, I think they just want signature on it.
Who's already gonna wait? Yeah,
Or downstairs.
y'all don't need one for that. I gotta get.
I love it when the young one, we got it. I've been representing this boy since he was in his 20s. Do you think they listen to me? Well, no, people don't. See, all of this.
Manny, Manny, Arora, Arora.
You know, you should have seen calls I got when Tyree Nichols killed.
Obviously, this is what you hope for. What do you tell us?
I think in my cynical side, I was just concerned, but thankfully the jurors listened. They saw the holes in the case, and I'm so happy for our client who'd had to go through this for the last 4 years.
What do you think the turning point was in the whole case?
I think you get in bed with dogs, you get fleas, and a half-baked investigation that should have been done all the way through. If I could find all the holes in the case after 4 years of police investigations, you darn well know they could have. And I frankly think they shaded things, did whatever they had to do politically to make this a case, and they didn't actually go after the real perpetrators. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I just gotta do the jury stuff first, and I'll have them.
Okay.
Just a main sign, and I'll get her to sign them back there.
Okay, handle that.
Yeah.
The second page on each one.
I was gonna say there's two judgments handled.
Okay.
You sign where you're signing now.
Man.
Because I marked on the wrong side. But if it's okay. Okay.
Alrighty. It was nice to meet you. Hang out this week.
It's nice seeing you again.
Excuse me for another 10 minutes. Iris?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, get this jury out. We start with that. All right.
Comment?
Right here.
Hold on, let me get my shot set. All right, so great outcome. What do you have to say about it?
I just want to say thank you to my attorneys, Manny, Robert, Haley, Beth, Handel, my private investigators, everybody for helping me. I didn't have the resources to necessarily, cover everything, and Manny still helped me, and he knew I was innocent. Everybody around me knew I was innocent. I just want to say thank you to the jurors for getting this right and getting my life back.
And that's the main thing. What was it like during the trial? At what point did you think, hey, wait a minute, I think I have a chance?
Well, I knew I had a chance from the beginning because I knew in my heart I was innocent. And so, it was times during the trial, of course, you get some frustrations and stuff here and there, but overall, I knew my innocence would prevail.
And how do we do prepping and everything? Everything is planned for you two as well?
Well, it's trial. You never know what's going to happen. All you can do is prepare the most you can. There were a lot of sleepless nights and countless hours of preparation for the last, year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the elbow grease that the team put into this, and with the help of him too, he was an incredibly helpful client. But you just never know what's going to happen in trial or what the jury's going to think. So until closings, pins and needles.
Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you to my family and the few friends that stuck close by me during this process and knew that I was innocent as well. And they didn't shy away from me. So I just want to thank them.
I'm sorry if you already answered, but when you heard those 5 words, you are free to go. Just that reaction.
You want to know how I felt?
Absolutely.
It's hard to explain the feeling of knowing you got your life back. And it's one of the best feelings I ever experienced. And I'm just happy to be free.
How much of a weight is this, lifted off of your shoulders after hearing not guilty, not guilty?
It's a huge weight, I was fighting more so for my son. I have an autistic son, so that's what my fight was mainly for.
I saw you looking.
What was going through your mind when you heard the attorneys and you heard them say not guilty? What were you thinking then?
I was just thanking God, just praising God, because without Him, I don't even know if I would have made it this far. Yeah, He gave me the strength.
What was it feeling this morning when you got up? Was there a feeling of nervousness because Mr. Manny over here it was like he was lighthearted today? So did that sort of rub off? Because energy is contagious. Did it rub off?
Well, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, of course I was nervous waking up, but when I made it to my attorneys, of course that all goes out the window because they're always positive and confident. So it was a big help having them.
You talked a lot about your son. I sat at the very back row this whole time, but I saw you constantly looking back at your family. How important was it to look back, see your family here throughout the entire trial?
Hey, Mr. Govan, sorry guys, the judge has requested we don't do interviews in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
We'll catch you all outside.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
We rolled on it, baby. Thank you.
Okay. Even if we don't get him, that's fine because we got that from inside. He's so happy right now. He's talking to everybody. Like his lawyer had to say, okay, you can stop talking now. Like you say, like, I can't believe they let me go.
Right.
When I was caught on video, you know, you're so excited you just saying anything. Shell casings.
Yeah, they could have restricted
I'm gonna end up sounding like that.
less than 20 minutes ago. They came back not guilty of all of the charges. They didn't find them guilty of anything at all.
We had a 12-person jury, including those alternates, 7 women, 4 men, 5 men. So they came out with 2 not guilty verdicts in the courtroom talking to Hernandez Govan. He said a weight was lifted off of his shoulders. He said he pushed through every day of this and for his family and for his son. He said his son's autistic. He just wants to be free from all of us. He said
You know what? I would still just be, I would definitely be on standby because we can always do we have team coverage and there could be another angle. Sarah would love that. So we can, if you even want to message her, literally, it's like I can do nuts and bolts. And then you can even talk about, if you look at like a clip of maybe Govan, and you can just talk about, we're hearing from him for the first time. You know, this has been years in the making. So that could be one angle. But reach out to Sarah, new producer, Table. I'll send you your number. I'm sorry, Sarah, she does new. So reach out to Sarah and just ask if she wants a quick team coverage. So I do nuts and bolts quickly, and then you can talk about just the fact that we are hearing from Govan for the first time. That would be a really good, side. Sorry.
Not so much Big Jook has been connected to Justin Johnson. Then Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan, they exchanged phone calls before this November 17th. Cornelius Smith also exchanged phone calls. So Cornelius Smith never had any contact with Big Justin Johnson did the same. Cornelius Smith.
See, he confuses.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Oh, I thought you were talking to. Did you reach out to Sarah? I sent it to you. Oh, yeah, I sent it to you.
Yeah, either way, nuts and bolts.
Yeah, anytime you can beef up team coverage, I think it's a win-win. Absolutely. Do you guys have a live? You have a live view? Is it yours? If not, I can just do almost like where you come in, kind of hand off. So you tell me whatever you have. This is yours. Ours. Okay. Cool.
Yo Gotti's brother not investigated if he was a suspect, as the prosecution said, and they didn't have an answer to that. They were not able to investigate him.
Trying to get him. I don't want him to be in the shop when he comes out the door.
We'll have more. We're waiting for Govan and his we'll continue on the story. Updates live downtown.
Step up here, bro. Yes, and even the opportunity to bring in prosecutors bringing all their girlfriends as well, because the girlfriend, that testimony, defense showed or played the initial interview that she said one thing and testified to another on the stand. And understanding Cornelius Smith said he received money and there was exchange. Money was exchanged hand in hand. Also through another that agent is the first that right there down from the part of the money that exchange and communication and what was initially told to us then the said stand.
As soon as that judge said, she literally said those 5 words, "You are free to go." Thank you, Your Honor. I'm really hoping we can cut that. He is chatty. I mean, Govan.
Right.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Whichever one. What is she asking? I think a lot of times we just kind of go like, if she wants to do a triple box even, perhaps, and she can have Jarita, the anchors, just because it just, to me, it beefs it up more. But it's whatever. But if she did a triple box, I can toss to them, and then they can do a quick, like 1 or 2 lines of, we have some coverage. We're making sure you stay in the know. In fact, Brian Dicklake has, reaction. The first words we're hearing from Govan or something like that. So I think a triple box where I sig out, anchors take it, and then they reiterate that we have this covered from every angle. They toss to you. They like it? I was trying to, because sometimes, when it's, in the chaos and like the cameras all over the place, I was trying to find something to like do a static shot with, like boom, or that mat.
Is now becoming a free man, and as he said, getting his life back. I know we are going to try to get some legal perspective on some of what we're doing right now, what we're going through here in this trial and in this case as a
I don't know anything about the 60. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time this past week. You've been stuck in a hotel room with no TV, no internet, just to make sure that your mind doesn't get jaded with regards to anything you see on the press. We talked about first appearances. I also talked to you about the fragility of the criminal justice system, and I hope you can see the why now. I don't know anything about the 16 of you, which 12 are going to be the actual jurors. Mr. Govan doesn't know. I don't know if you have kids, if you're rich, if you're poor, if you live in Orange Mountain, if you live in a nice part of Memphis. You see that I'm from Atlanta. But all I have is trust in you because you said you are peers to Mr. Govan. Mr. Govan, stand up. Come sit at the table and let them see you. It's time you're not marginalized anymore. Sit there while I talk. The fragility of the system is solely based on you. I don't know in what world the prosecution is living in this case, because unless they were watching something in the multiverse where other witnesses were saying perfect things, I don't know why we're here. You all should be embarrassed as a community that your district attorney thinks this evidence is sufficient to take a man's life for first-degree murder. You should be embarrassed that this is the person you voted for that brings this type of case. Just embarrassed. Many of you said you had a problem with the criminal justice system because too many people go free or they get bond. What they don't tell you, what the government doesn't tell you, and the press doesn't cover, is this is what happens when you don't have an advocate that knows what the hell they're doing, checks all the records, fights for you, and shows you that he didn't do it. That's just another black man that is of no value from Orange Mountain, that's poor, that has never had a voice in his life. I'm fixing that. My team is fixing that. He is indigent, he is poor, and he deserves better than he's gotten in this case. Sergeant Browning, who's the biggest liar that I'm going to go through with you, says we can't kidnap people and bring them in for questioning. What did Angela Arnold tell you? They threatened to have me arrested, being involved in this case, if I didn't talk to them. We went to the airport and we figured he was going to assert his rights, so okay. What about the second guy, Mr. Sears? His lawyer said he wasn't in town. When you talk about accessories and all this other stuff that the judge has told you about, how about the people that helped hide him? How about the people that helped give him new clothes? How about the people that gave him medical treatment, assuming they were even shot? Because you know what? I don't even know if he was shot, and I don't even know for a fact if that was the Mercedes used in the murder. Because why? There was no blood in the Mercedes. Had there been any blood to back up what Cornelius was saying, they would have plastered it front and center to you. Their own lieutenant from crime scene that they did not call tells you no one wiped that car with bleach because luminol or the other star thing, whatever it was, would show that. And if somebody said, I poured bleach on a towel and I wiped that car down, they would be. I don't know what world we live in. None of you would buy a pack of gum based on the word of Cornelius Smith. You wouldn't do it because he's a lying piece of so-and-so that will do anything. Lie to his pretend grandmother, his family, his girlfriend, anybody. And I'm going to prove it to you as we're going to go through a few more slides. And Detective Browning made him be worse, because that's just pure evil, trying to put people in prison based on shaded evidence. Dabney told you the truth, that we didn't do all this other stuff that we should have done. We didn't get around to it, was his quote. He wasn't happy about it, but he told me the truth. The other guy couldn't answer a yes/no question. It was always dodge and deflect, which is what they're taught to do as part of their training when they go and come and testify. These are the people that are policing your streets. You should be ashamed. The only crime that's being committed here today is in this courtroom. It's been committed for the last 3 days. This poor man will never get his life back because of what's happening. He's been threatened because they all think he's involved in the young Dolph murder, and everybody loves Dolph. Dolph has been threatened for years. He moved away from Memphis 5 years ago. He had 3 old bullets in his body from other times he'd been shot at by people, being in Charlotte, being in Los Angeles. Everybody knew there was a price on his head. There is no plan. There is no plan. I tell you why? Because if I made a plan and I go back to my house across the street with a murder car, are you freaking kidding me? And then they go ahead and call around to see where can we go to get changed. We are across the street from the guy that planned the murder. We don't go to his house to change clothes, but we ride around town until somebody picks up the phone, as you see from the records, and we go to 2-lane while we're bleeding and doing everything else. Have you seen a single photo of Angel Arnold's car, the Mercedes, or anything that had a drop of blood in it? As if they said, Cornelius is a pathological liar. I don't even know if he got shot on that day, because you have to ask yourself, there is a bullet lodged in his shoulders, he told you. For a freaking month, he didn't get infected. He didn't have a problem. He just put some bandages on it and it was okay. Please, for the love of God, this is insane that I even have to talk to you about this. If this is what is sufficient evidence for first-degree murder, we're all in trouble because you're going to be next. Assault, all these charges they gave you, there's 15 different ways they're trying to convict this guy. I didn't assault anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't aggravated assault anybody. He didn't solicit anybody. He didn't facilitate anybody. He didn't act at whatever age anybody. It didn't happen. All the text messages, all the phones, everything they showed you. Have you seen one single message from Justin Johnson or Cornelius Smith that says, hey, bro, let's go shoot somebody? I gave you tons of messages over their objection where Justin Johnson's talking to other people, talking about killing people. They weren't discreet about it. Where is a single message to Govan from any of these people over the course of 4 months that says, we're going to do this? Can we get your permission? We're going to give you $10,000 or $38,000 or $50,000 or $100,000 or $1.5 million. You think if they would have had it, they wouldn't have shown it to you? They know the truth is the text messages are only about music because he's friends with Justin. I'm sorry, Justin's not a nice guy. They all live in the same neighborhood. They've all known each other. Just because you have, quote, communications doesn't mean you're in a conspiracy to kill someone. Cornelius. Let's go with the slides. This will speak for itself, and I'll let you think about it because I've hammered the point about didn't prove it. I don't need you to say he didn't do it if you don't want to, but they absolutely, for God's sakes, didn't prove it. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so excuse me. So you see this? The government says Angel Arnold. Absolutely. This is Star Defense Exhibit number 1. This C bra, assuming C is Cornelius. Send me bra number so I can get my phone, right? He needs to get his phone. Next slide. Quez's number. Guess what he told you is the one honest thing he said. His brother's freaking name is Marquez Smith. They call him Quez. His brother is the one that got the phone at best. You know why? Because they had TBI Garner up here. They asked him to do location data analysis on the phone, right? You guys remember all that? And they did it solely for Cornelius' phone, and they did it for Justin's phone. But yet they didn't show you any location analysis. All they have to do is say, it's in that general area, this is where the tower's being. Because calls are being made. Where was this call from? Where was his brother Quest? They just BS you constantly, and here I am fighting for this man's life. He is your peer. You need to be here protecting him from this. This is the crime. Next. So I'll just go over a few things on Cornelius Smith. I think that was pretty obvious from his statement. Go ahead, Robert. I think all this is obvious. You got a sociopath on your hands that's out there on his daughter's birthday. Is he intoxicated? He's not intoxicated. Just ask the prosecutor to tell you a straight answer, honestly. Do you even think the prosecution would take advice from Cornelius Smith on anything? But it's good enough for this poor man's life. My dad used to tell me, you know, if somebody's honest, would you loan them money? Raise your hands if you're going to loan Cornelius money. Because that's the crux of the whole case. And a bunch of BS cell phone records that don't tell you anything. Because they didn't do the location analysis. They can't give you a single text message that says we agree to do anything. And we know it was at least 4 months between the so-called meeting between multiple shootings that Cornelius did and when Justin went out. Next. And if you're not biblical, I'm sorry, but growing up that way, it's just used to be told the truth never changes. You don't need to remember it. You don't need to practice. While we're meeting with prosecutors and lawyers just now report, I don't want a deal. I'm just here out of the goodness of my heart. I'm going to get a mandatory life sentence. Insane. Next. We also showed you the letters from Cornelius that he sent to his sister saying, I've got that lawyer that Jook paid for. It's this guy's lawyer, and that guy cooperated against somebody else and walked from a murder. That's what you have in black and white in Cornelius' own handwriting. And that is what all of you said when I said, what would you do to avoid a life sentence? You guys said, probably anything. All right. We know this to be true. Next. And we know all this to be true. Next. And we all know this didn't happen. It just didn't happen. His story just didn't happen. And both he and Angela said it. Because, remember, he had talked to his family to go see Angela between the 14th of December, her first statement, when she didn't know nothing about it, and the 17th of December, when she's decided. And note how they have to prompt her to ask, could it be somebody with the name Q? And note, they had to ask her, didn't he forget something? Didn't he tell you something he might have forgotten or something that he needed? They had to prompt her. This is 30 days after that. You don't have to remember the truth. This was the biggest day in somebody's life, you would think. I just killed Dolph. I'm running around, and she can't remember who the guy was that picked up the stuff at pressure room. Oh, shocker. There's a few cameras at pressure room. They had the absurdity to tell you, well, do you know how long the camera might be working or how long it records? You know how to find that out? Maybe go there and ask them. We've had Ring cameras and other things like that for a decade. It always goes to the cloud. Most likely it's going to be preserved for a year or so, which is what most businesses would do, especially in a dangerous part of town. And guess what? You have those crazy MPD cameras everywhere. If you drive home, you'll see it. It's got the little blue thing coming out of it. I've showed you some of those from right around the area. Nobody checked any of them. You don't have to take my word for any of it, because everything I'm going to tell you is going to be backed up by independent evidence. You don't have to trust me for anything. You don't know me. But I want independent proof before I get in bed with a murderer with a machine gun that shot a guy 20 times in broad daylight, and thank God he didn't kill anybody else that could be shot. And this is who they're in bed with. Next. All right. Sorry, I just have to calm myself down. The other things with the shenanigans, as they try to tell you, is when the officer accidentally said, I don't even know if it was Justin something, I think he said that, but he said AKA Dolph, I'm sorry, not Dolph, Brock, in that. And Mr. Cornelius says, yeah, I met him through miscellaneous in a moment of weakness. And you know, when I asked about it, you know, you smile. You have murdered somebody, and we're up here chuckling. The government's chuckling with him. And he's laughing at me, making smirky faces and says, I saw you on TV. That's the behavior you want from a guy that took a machine gun and murdered people. In fact, his definition is, I didn't shoot that many people because sometimes we didn't get the shots off or the gun jammed. And you're going to make a deal, not a single text message anywhere. Take my word for it. And oh, by the way, I think he's a federal snitch, but I don't know if I believe that or not because he's never snitched on me. All right, next. And then he also tells Uncle Ron, maybe we should have gone and talked to him, whoever Uncle Ron is, but I'm not a policeman, and I'm not trying to put anybody in prison. That there was a bug on him, that he's a snitch, and so you're going to have to plan a big old murder. Next slide. So we know he paid for his lawyer, and we know that was a team issue, and you know the absurdity of the prosecutor in their last statement. They're going to get to go up again and call me every kind of name in the book, which is fine. I can handle it. I will take those arrows for this man that I've grown to care about over the last year and a half because he didn't do it. They had the audacity to tell you we can't indict somebody that's dead. Jook died 2.5 years after all this happened. Remember, Justin Johnson was indicted in December of 2021, about a month after this happened. Cornelius was indicted in January of 2022, about a month and a half after this happened. There is no investigation done in 2023 or essentially 2024. It was done. They indicted and gotten who they wanted. So at some point, you got to ask yourself, what happened here? And I have no idea. But it's not my burden to prove their screw-ups. If you believe Cornelius, he says Jook is the one that set it all up. His girlfriend said that. Then they backtrack and say, well, he was there and he set it up. He didn't go there. None of it happened. Keep going. And with Miss Arnold, I don't know how you date a murderer that's been domestic violence me, stolen from me, done this. I don't know what her issues are. I fault her not. She's just doing what the man's telling her to do. They've had visits. They've talked about it. And her story is still iffy as far as that goes. And God bless her. I hope none of you would be with a essentially soon to be convicted murderer for 4 years after all this happened. Next. And the interesting thing there was, we keep talking about the car on Bradley. Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley. And Bobby Carter was involved in the shootings with Mr. Cornelius. And in fact, Angela says Bobby was involved in the Dolph shooting as well. Next. All right, we already know this as far as the jail calls and the family coming to see her. Next. And we also know about the varying amounts of money this whole thing was worth. So now we get to the meat and potatoes of a few things I want you to consider. Remember, the two pillars to this case is you got to believe Cornelius Smith. And the judges told you over and over again, you have to have that agreement. You got to believe it's out there, otherwise nothing. They've come up with 15 different methods from murder to second degree to 30. I don't care if it's 47th degree murder. None of this stuff happened. There's no assault. There's no solicitation. There's nothing. So let's talk about the detectives. Next slide, please. All right. So the Detective Browning, the all-powerful Detective Browning, told you that Govan last talked. Oh, I'm sorry. I got my slides mixed up. We know Dabney, who actually I respected and had a nice talk with. He said they didn't do it straight up. Didn't try to sugarcoat it. We just didn't do it. Didn't go to pressure wall to confirm anything this man was saying. Tells you straight up, we didn't go to AutoZone. Tells you straight up, there was no relevant evidence of AutoZone. So there's a mistake over receipt that's all crumbling. You can't tell what it is. That's supposed to be some kind of evidence now. And they didn't get around to investigating Jook, who was on Team Cornelius or whatever you want to call it. At least he was honest enough to tell you that. Next. So these are the slides you saw yesterday with Detective Browning. And this is where the evil of it all comes in. He did these call detail records for you. And this slide cuts off at 11:16 at 3:01:17. Right? They stopped it right there. I've highlighted for you. That was the slide. You might wonder, Manny, what's the big deal about that? It's just some phone call to somebody, no biggie, right? Yeah, he's talking to Cornelius here, no problem. But guess what? If they would have given you the full story on the slides where they try and bias you, next slide, you see on the same 11:16 at 5:37, 15. This is Jook's number. And he spent a 6-minute phone call. It's not on the slide. I had to pull that off the call data records that didn't have a thumb drive. You will never find it or see it because there's thousands of pages of call information out there. But you see, this thing stops up there at 3 o'clock. They don't tell you this part. That Justin Johnson talked to Jook before the murder and also sent him a turkey emoji. If you are a law enforcement officer, your job is to investigate and the facts go where they may. You don't have a job to convict people. That is why I respect Dabney. He made a mistake, he owned it. Browning is a liar, pathological liar through and through. Next slide. So I take this where Browning also told you that they last talked to Govan on November 5th. Remember an opening statement that told you Justin Johnson had not talked to Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the murder. No communication whatsoever. But they try to tell you that, oh yeah, on November 5th, he must have talked to Govan. And then Cornelius last talked to Govan on November 15th. Just remember those. It was very specific that they argued. So let's go to the next slide. So what you'll see is on November 5th of 2021, this is Govan's number. Her name is Govan. He's getting a call from Justin Johnson. You see this? This is the communication they had on November 5th. How many seconds is that phone call? Let me break it down to you. Zeros. It never went through. There was no phone call for at least 2 weeks. No text messages. Nothing. And this is the guy you're planning a murder with the most famous person in Memphis. Are you kidding me right now? All right, next slide. So there's an old movie that said the tail wagging the dog. You've got Cornelius telling him what they want to say as he tells you he likes to do. And everything they're trying to do is back up what Cornelius says. There is no explanation why they didn't go talk to Jook or bring him down for questioning. There's none. There's none. All right, next slide. So just go through here. That's 10, 12 phones out there. Go through all of them. Find me a text message where a single human being tells Hernandez Govan, we need to do something. That's evil, that's violent, that's criminal. Browning told you he just came up with these slides just a day or two before all this happened. Because this is 4 years after the fact. And I'm seeing the slides for the first time. And the slides are complete BS because they keep misleading you about stuff. And so if the incriminating text existed, they would have showed them to you. They've cut off records in half so you can't see the rest of the story. Go to the next slide. We know he agreed with me that these text messages, there's thousands of them with Justin Johnson. It's about music because Justin was in videos and all that stuff and Govan was there. He was a colleague, a friend, whatever you want to call it. That doesn't make you a murder criminal. And we know he talked to Cornelius about pills. 14 communications is what they call it. What they don't tell you is how many of those 14 actually went through. What were the phone call codes? Remember, 11 is important because that goes to voicemail, or it could be two-way, or the call goes through properly. Is it a text message? I don't know. Last night I'm talking to my daughter, just about her boyfriend. Between okay, yeah, no problem, I had 16 communications with my daughter in a span of like 3.5 minutes. It doesn't mean anything, and you can't presume you know what the communications are about if, in fact, for the love of God, they even went through. I want to show you one bald-faced lie by the government right there. There was no call on November 5th. Keep going. So we have the turkey emoji, we have the 6-minute phone call, and you know this secretive plan, PRE, as his bodyguard told you, this is social media. They do this every year. This is what they do. Remember, he's a man of the community. They put it out there. Everybody knows they're doing turkey emojis every year. Most of you probably know about this. Next. All right, skip this. Let's go to the next one. And then we have this. It's not anything I could get voluntarily out of that man. We have to press and press and press to show that Justin Johnson already knew Joe. Didn't need our guy to do any of it. That is why you will never see a single text message of any incriminating nature. Because I can promise you, had it said anything, a comma out of place, they would have it plastered up here on a board saying, see, we got him, we got him. Next. All right, so Garner, he said, MPD asked me to do what? Location analysis on a couple of phones, Justin's and Cornelius's. All you have to do is plug in a number in a computer. You could have done it. Hey, his phone's pinging all pressure levels. Maybe more believable. Even if you choose not to go there, you can just ping it. You don't need the actual phone if you've gotten rid of it, because you can just order the CDRs from the phone company, as he told you. He did cell phone tower analysis for a very short amount of time, and then it just stops. Is this kind of investigation in Memphis we call sufficient to put somebody in prison for life? And none of the other phones were done. Where was Jook? Hell, where was anybody else in this case? Right? All right, we've got this, so covered that. Go next. We covered the AutoZone thing, and I just respectfully ask, if the audacity to put a crumpled receipt in front of you that you can't read and just say, Detective Brown, I just know this now. It is not mentioned in any police report anywhere. As I asked him, he couldn't answer the question. But now suddenly it shows up in the phone. We know Dabney knew this was garbage because they talked about the auto part from earlier. You can't put a date, time, place on it. It's all what they call red herrings to mislead you. Think there's something nefarious out there and just use your imagination to convict people. You would never let this happen if it was somebody you cared about when you saw this. Some of you might be supervisors. If this half-assed work is what they brought to your desk, you would fire that person immediately. And don't say you wouldn't, because you would, because it makes you look bad. This whole county is a freaking embarrassment with regards to this trial, and the whole world is watching, and this is what we've got. All right, next. And then the last thing is you got to ask, if I set up the plan, I don't know if I'm having the murder car come to my house. And if I have a murder car come to my house, why don't people just come inside and change clothes there instead of riding around all over town trying to find a place to go change? And again, I know you may think I'm crazy, but there's no blood in that car. Was this even the right Mercedes as far as that goes that they got? You remember Treon Ingram and another gentleman had stolen that Mercedes a while earlier. Treon Ingram didn't come and testify because Treon Ingram picked up another murder right after that. Where did the blood go? Cornelius told you point blank, no ifs, ands, or buts. And girlfriend, I took bleach and I wiped it down. And the lieutenant from CSI with 28 years of experience says that just didn't happen. Where's Angela's car? Remember, she said he was bleeding all over. Where's the evidence of any of that? All right. So all I do is cross my hands and beg you guys, he is your peer. There is no evidence here. You would never accept what's happened in this courtroom in your own personal lives to make any decision of any kind. And he deserves that same respect. There is nothing here. They're going to get to come back up again. Remember, we talked about first impressions. You need to use your minds, your eyes, your ears, and your noses and call the Smith test BS on this whole thing that they're about to give you yet again. There's nothing here. There's no solicitation, there's no facilitation, there's no assault, there's no murder, there's not a text message, there's not a phone call worth a damn, and they aren't telling you the story. Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate Joe? Make them tell you, why didn't we investigate all the people that helped these folks escape? And if you want to talk about conspiracy, how did he conspire or solicit Justin Johnson? Have you heard anything about that? Who's Jamarcus Johnson? You've heard a single word out there, they're all together in a conspiracy. All you have is Cornelius' word. He's the linchpin in this whole case, and none of us would trust him. And we sure as hell wouldn't want him much. And then we have phone records that actually exculpate him. But if you make it all nefarious and have a sleepy detective get up there and talk about it, sounds pretty good. He didn't do it, but you don't have to take my word for it. He didn't prove it. If this case gets a conviction, then I just need to stop being worried because the system is shot to hell. Thank you.
Right now, it is up to the jury to decide the fate of the man accused of orchestrating the murder of Memphis rapper Young Dolph. Deliberations are just getting started in the Hernandez Govan trial. ABC 24's Desmond Nugent is live outside the courtroom in downtown Memphis, where closing arguments wrapped up in the past hour. Desmond.
Right now, the jury is deliberating on whether to convict Hernandez Govan of first degree murder, conspiracy to commit first degree murder against Young Dolph. Shortly after both sides rested, they both had very explosive closing arguments. Now, the prosecution reminded the jury that the case is about choices, the decisions and consequences based on Govan's choices, which led to the death of Memphis rapper Robert Thornton Jr., better known as Young Dolph. The prosecution says this entire tragedy started from a feud between CMG record label, who Govan is affiliated with, and their desire to sign Young Dolph. Part of Cornelius Smith's testimony, one of the alleged gunmen who ambushed Dolph at Makeda's Cookies, claims Govan set everything up with he and Justin Johnson, better known as Straight Drop, to put a hit on Dolph worth $100,000. The prosecution says there were dozens of communications linking the alleged gunman and Govan leading up to Dolph's death.
Smith told you Govan wanted his cut. He wanted $10,000 from Justin Johnson's cut and from Cornelius Smith's cut. That sounds like proceeds. Further, you don't have to be there when the trigger is pulled. You saw the video, you know that Hernandez Govan wasn't there, but that doesn't mean that he is not responsible for ending this life.
All I do is cross my hands and beg you guys, he is your peer. There is no evidence here. You would never accept what's happened in this courtroom in your own personal lives to make any decision of any kind. And he deserves that same respect. There is nothing here.
Again, we're not sure just how long the jury will deliberate. Once the verdict is reached, we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. Live in downtown Memphis, I'm Desmond Nugent, ABC 24 News.
Well, the courtroom spotlight is back on Memphis. After years of anticipation, today, the trial of Hernandez Govan began. Now, he's the man accused of orchestrating the murder of beloved Memphis rapper Young Dolph. The rapper died inside Makeda's Cookies back in November of 2021. Now, if convicted, Govan is facing a mandatory life sentence. Today's biggest witness to the case was one of the gunmen involved in Dolph's death. ABC 24's Desmond Nugent is live in downtown Memphis with how Govan's attorney questioned a key witness. Desmond.
That's right, Pepper. For more than 2 hours, Govan's attorney, Manny Arora, questioned Cornelius Smith. Now, he's the man who claims that Govan had hired he and Justin Johnson, better known as Straight Drop, to complete a hit on Memphis rapper Young Dolph.
Cornelius' story also changes along with Angela's, because initially we were supposed to be paid $1.5 million.
It's these questions Hernandez Govan's attorney is trying to get to the bottom of from a vital witness, Cornelius Smith. He's the man in this video who claims Govan hired he and Justin Johnson, aka Straight Drop, for a hit job on Memphis rapper Young Dolph worth $100,000.
I supposed to give him $10,000 at my cut. And he told me Justin supposed to give him $10,000 as well. So I agree with the $10,000 cut. Because he put me on the lick, like, I had you to do this, so give me a cut of it. So I'm like, I agree with you.
Throughout his testimony, Smith detailed his and Govan's involvement in what led to Dolph's death and the events thereafter. Govan, if convicted of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder, is facing a mandatory life sentence. He's accused of being the mastermind behind Dolph's death, a circumstance Govan's attorney says his client shouldn't be in.
We shouldn't be here. High-profile TV cameras or not.
Right now,
press.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 1. We, the jury, found the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 2 of the indictment. Ma'am?
Court's in session.
Ma'am? Ms. Johnson, is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you for your service this week. You've done exactly what the court asked you to do, which was to sit, listen to all the proof, and come to a decision. You are excused. Thank you.
Jury is excused. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, John. Court still in session.
Mr. Hernandez Govan, the jury of your peers having found you not guilty of all charges, sir, you are free to go.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. You may come off the record.
Court's in recess.
I need judgment.
Yes, ma'am. Judgment sheets.
I need judgment sheets as to each count. Get the clerk to help with the record. Yeah, but Mr. Your local counsel can help you.
Durham.
Mr. Durham, I'm sorry, Mr. Durham.
Norwegian Cruise Line sent a loan notification.
That's what happens.
He's under that. Right.
I love it when the young woman got I've been representing this boy since he was in his 20s. Do you think they listen to me? Or, well, no, people don't. See, all of this.
Manny, M-A-N-N-Y, Arora, A-R-O-R-A.
Adjustment, you know, you should have seen the calls I got when Tyree Nichols was killed.
Obviously, this is what you hope for. What do you tell us?
I think in my cynical side, I was just concerned, but thankfully the jurors listened. They saw the holes in the case, and I'm so happy for our client who'd had to go through this for the last 4 years.
What do you think the turning point was in the whole case?
I think you get in bed with dogs, you get fleas, and a half-baked investigation that should have been done all the way through. If I could find all the holes in the case after 4 years of police investigations, you darn well know they could have. And I frankly think they shaded things, did whatever they had to do politically to make this a case, and they didn't actually go after the real perpetrators. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I just gotta do the jury stuff first and I'll have to.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 1. We, the jury, found the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 2. We, the jury, found the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 2 of the indictment. Ma'am?
Court's in session.
Ma'am? Ms. Johnson, is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you for your service this week. You've done exactly what the court asked you to do, which was to sit, listen to all the proof, and come to a decision. You are excused. Thank you.
Jury is excused. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Your Honor. Court still in session.
Mr. Hernandez Govan, a jury of your peers having found you not guilty of all charges, sir, you are free to go.
Thank you so much, Judge.
You're welcome. You may come on the record.
Court's in recess.
I need judgment.
Yes, ma'am. Judgment sheets.
I need judgment sheets as to each count. Get the clerk to help me do it. Yeah, but Mr. Your local counsel can help you do that. Mr. Dorn, I'm sorry, Mr. Dorn. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez.
It was nice to meet you. Hang out this week.
It's nice seeing you again.
Comment?
Right here.
Hold on, let me get my shot set. Great outcome. What do you have to say about it?
I just want to say thank you to my attorneys, Manny, Robert, Haley, Beth, Handel, my private investigators, everybody for helping me. I didn't have the resources to necessarily, cover everything, and Manny still helped me, and he knew I was innocent. Everybody around me knew I was innocent. I just want to say thank you to the jurors for getting this right and getting my life back.
And that's the main thing. What was it like during the trial? At what point did you think, hey, wait a minute, I think I have a chance?
Well, I knew I had a chance from the beginning because I knew in my heart I was innocent. And so, it was times during the trial, of course, you get some frustrations and stuff here and there, but overall, I knew my innocence would prevail.
And how do we do prepping and everything? Everything's good. It's all planned for you too.
Well, it's trial. You never know what's going to happen. All you can do is prepare the most you can. There were a lot of sleepless nights and countless hours of preparation for the last, year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the elbow grease that the team put into this, and with the help of him too, he was an incredibly helpful client. But you just never know what's going to happen in trial or what the jury's going to think. So until closings, pins and needles.
Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you to my family and the few friends that stuck close by me during this process and knew that I was innocent as well. And they didn't shy away from me. So I just want to thank them.
I'm sorry if you already answered, but when you heard those 5 words, you are free to go. Just that reaction.
You want to know how I felt?
Absolutely.
It's hard to explain the feeling of knowing you got your life back. And it's one of the best feelings I ever experienced. And I'm just happy to be free.
How much of a weight is this, lifted off of your shoulders after hearing not guilty?
It's a huge weight, I was fighting more so for my son. I have an autistic son, so that's what my fight was mainly for.
What was going through your mind when you heard the attorneys and you heard them say not guilty? What were you thinking then?
I was just thanking God, just praising God, because without him, I don't even know if I would have made it this far. Yeah, he gave me the strength.
What was that feeling this morning when you got up? Was there a feeling of nervousness? Because Mr. Manny over here it was like he was lighthearted today. So did that sort of rub off? Because energy is contagious. Did it rub off?
Well, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, of course I was nervous waking up. But when I made it to my attorneys, of course that all goes out the window because they're always positive and confident. So, it was a big help having them.
You talked a lot about your son. I sat at the very back row this whole time, but I saw you constantly looking back at your family. How important was it to look back, see your family here throughout the entire trial?
Hey, Mr. Govan, sorry guys, the judge has requested we don't do interviews in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
We'll catch y'all outside. Though.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. We rolled on it, baby. Thank you.
Great outcome. What do you have to say about it?
I just want to say thank you to my attorneys, Manny, Robert, Haley, Beth, Handel, my private investigators, everybody for helping me. I didn't have the resources to necessarily, cover everything, and Manny still helped me, and he knew I was innocent. Everybody around me knew I was innocent. I just want to say thank you to the jurors for getting this right and getting my life back.
And that's the main thing. What was it like during the trial? At what point did you think, hey, wait a minute, I think I have a chance?
Well, I knew I had a chance from the beginning because I knew in my heart I was innocent. And so, it was times during the trial, of course, you get some frustrations and stuff here and there, but overall, I knew my innocence would prevail.
And how do we do prepping and everything? Did everything go as planned for you two?
Well, it's trial. You never know what's going to happen. All you can do is prepare the most you can. There were a lot of sleepless nights and countless hours of preparation for the last, year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the elbow grease that the team put into this, and with the help of him too, he was an incredibly helpful client. But you just never know what's going to happen in trial or what the jury's going to think. So until closings, pins and needles.
Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you to my family and the few friends that stuck close by me during this process and knew that I was innocent as well. And they didn't shy away from me. So I just want to thank them.
I'm sorry if you already answered, but when you heard those 5 words, you are free to go. Just that reaction.
You want to know how I felt?
Absolutely.
It's hard to explain the feeling of knowing you got your life back. And it's one of the best feelings I ever experienced. And I'm just happy to be free.
How much of a weight is this, lifted off of your shoulders after hearing not guilty?
It's a huge weight, I was fighting more so for my son. I have an autistic son, so that's what my fight was mainly for.
I saw you looking. What was going through your mind when you heard the attorneys and you heard them say not guilty? What were you thinking then?
I was just thanking God, just praising God, because without him, I don't even know if I would have made it this far. He gave me the strength.
What was that feeling this morning when you got up? Was there a feeling of nervousness? Because Mr. Manny over here it was like he was lighthearted today. So did that sort of rub off? Because energy is contagious. Did it rub off?
Well, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, of course I was nervous waking up. But when I made it to my attorneys, of course that all goes out the window because they're always positive and confident. So, it was a big help having them.
You talked a lot about your son. I sat at the very back row this whole time, but I saw you constantly looking back at your family. How important was it to look back, see your family here throughout the entire trial?
Hey, Mr. Govan, sorry guys, the judge has requested we don't do interviews in the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
We'll catch y'all outside. Though.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to my attorneys, Manny, Robert, Haley, Beth, Handel, my private investigators, everybody for helping me. I didn't have the resources to necessarily, cover everything, and Manny still helped me, and he knew I was innocent. Everybody around me knew I was innocent. I just want to say thank you to the jurors for getting this right and getting my life back.
And that's the main thing. What was it like during the trial? At what point did you think, hey, wait a minute, I think I have a chance?
Well, I knew I had a chance from the beginning because I knew in my heart I was innocent. And so, it was times during the trial, of course, you get some frustrations and stuff here and there, but overall, I knew my innocence would prevail.
And how do we do prepping and everything? Everything is planned for you too?
Well, it's trial. You never know what's going to happen. All you can do is prepare the most you can. There were a lot of sleepless nights and countless hours of preparation for the last, year and a half.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, the elbow grease that the team put into this, and with the help of him too, he was an incredibly helpful client. But you just never know what's going to happen in trial or what the jury's going to think. So until closings, pins and needles.
Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to say thank you to my family and the few friends that stuck close by me during this process and knew that I was innocent as well. And they didn't shy away from me. So I just want to thank them.
I'm sorry if you already answered, but when you heard those 5 words, you are free to go. Just that reaction.
You want to know how I felt?
Absolutely.
It's hard to explain the feeling of knowing you got your life back. And it's one of the best feelings I ever experienced. And I'm just happy to be free.
How much of a weight is this, lifted off of your shoulders after hearing not guilty, not guilty?
It's a huge weight, I was fighting more so for my son. I have an autistic son, so that's what my fight was mainly for.
I saw you looking.
What was going through your mind when you heard the attorneys and you heard them say not guilty? What were you thinking then?
I was just thanking God, just praising God, because without Him, I don't even know if I would have made it this far. Yeah, He gave me the strength.
What was that feeling this morning when you got up? Was there a feeling of nervousness because Mr. Manny over here it was like he was lighthearted today? So did that sort of rub off? Because energy is contagious. Did it rub off?
Well, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest, of course I was nervous waking up, but when I made it to my attorneys, of course that all goes out the window because they're always positive and confident. So it was a big help having them.
You talked a lot about your son. I sat at the very back row this whole time, but I saw you constantly looking back at your family. How important was it to look back, see your family here throughout the entire trial?
It's
Manny, Arora, I'm the lawyer for Mr. Govan in this case, okay? Okay. It's clear you don't want to be here today, do you?
No, I don't.
All right. Speaking of talking to folks, how many times have you talked to the government before today, being the prosecutors?
The police?
The police or the prosecutors here today?
I talked to the police. I came down here 201. I talked to the police twice.
Okay.
And I talked to those ladies once.
All right. When was that?
Last week.
Okay. Could it have been twice if they came by your house last week?
I wasn't there.
Okay. Did you talk to them this morning?
Yes.
Right. Did you watch any of this trial on TV yesterday?
Not much of it.
All right, but you watched some of it, the trial, so you heard what the witnesses.
I saw the beginning of it.
Did you see your boyfriend's testimony? None of it.
Yes or no? No.
Why not?
I just couldn't watch it.
Okay. But you watched some of the trial yesterday before you testified. You're testifying here
That's the
today.
beginning of it.
Okay. Do you remember back on June 24th of 2025, your daughter had a baby, right?
Yes.
All right. You remember I came by your house to try to talk to you, and I came back the next day to talk to you, and you mentioned to me that you don't remember anything about this and you have nothing to say. You remember that?
I didn't talk to you.
Okay, so on June 24th, when you had your body, you know I came by your house, right? You remember that?
I don't never see you.
Okay. With regards to Cornelius, you've been dating him since 2016.
Yes,
All right. And you talk to him regularly.
yes,
You still talk to him since he's been locked up.
yes.
All right. You go visit him.
Well, I can't personally go visit him.
Okay.
They do a video visit.
Okay. So let me rephrase. You talk to him on the phone and you video visited with
Yes.
him. Does Mr. Cornelius ever call you on a cell phone from the prison? Okay. So it's always a recorded line?
Yes.
Okay. The video visits, though, those are you guys. All right. How many times do you think you visited him in the last 4 years since he got arrested?
Since he been for this case?
For this case without bond, he's been pending trial.
Well, when he was down here at 201, I used to come down here and visit him.
Okay. And with regards to what you testified to here today, I mean, everything's essentially what Cornelius has told you, right? You're just repeating what he said to you.
Yes.
Okay. So this thing about pressure world, well, let's take it one step at a time. Do you know who Bobby Carter is?
A friend of his.
All right. Did Cornelius ever tell you about doing a shooting with Bobby Carter in the summer of 2021, a few months before Dolph was killed?
No.
All right. Did he ever tell you doing any type of shooting or trying to shoot somebody named Moochie Gray?
No.
All right. But Bobby Carter's a friend of his, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know Bobby Carter.
I've seen him.
All right. And with regards to Mr. Govan, how long have Cornelius and Mr. Govan been hanging out? It's been a while, right?
Yes.
All right. So by a while, I mean, they've known each other for a long time.
I would say.
Okay. So you're not talking about a couple of weeks or a month. He's known him for a while. He buys his pills from him. He hangs out at Bradley, right?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to make sure my definition of a while is the same as yours. So if I said I just met somebody a couple of weeks ago, that wouldn't be accurate. He's known Mr. Govan for a while.
From my knowledge, for some months.
Okay. And he would then go do pill sales with him. He'd go buy pills at his house.
Yes.
But he'd also buy pills from Bobby Carter.
I'm not sure.
When you talked to the police, do you remember telling them that Cornelius would buy pills from a street called Redbud on Redbud Street?
Yes.
Okay. Who lives on Redbud Street?
I don't know the girl's name, but somebody he know and buy pills from.
Okay. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Mr. Govan is a federal snitch?
He said he heard something like that.
All right. Was that before or after the shooting of Mr. Dolph?
After.
Okay. With regards to the pressure world, you familiar with pressure world?
Yes. Yeah.
You've been there a bunch. You recognize it?
I ain't been there a bunch.
How many times you been there?
I don't never go there. I drive by there.
Okay. Would you recognize it if I showed you some pictures of it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you about 10 or 12 pages. If you could just look through it and tell me if this is the pressure world that you recognize. And that's what pressure world looked like on that day on the 17th when you guys went there to meet Govan to pick up the phone, right?
Yeah.
It's true and accurate of how you remember it looking back in November of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish those. I don't know if it's 12 or 15 photos. I can count it, but I'd like to offer that in evidence.
Are we entering
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection. Well, why not? Do we know when these pictures were taken?
Well, I just asked her, is there true and accurate copies of when it is? And she said yes, so it doesn't matter.
She says that's what they look like at the time. That she went by there with Mr. Smith. I'm gonna take a little sticky off.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. It just says original, so I don't get the copies mixed up.
So these are. all of these necessary?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually do have a point.
Now, these aren't all the pressure world. So look at the last four.
The last 3 are pressure roll just close-ups, but the other one is a business across the street, so I can pull that one.
It's 3 pictures.
And 4. 4.
Yeah.
That's the close-up.
You don't want to approach. Sorry.
Okay. All right, do you want to make this one exhibit, Your Honor?
So this is a collective exhibit, 14 pictures of the pressure world business. There's several pictures, different angles, different parts of the building, including the office. We'll make this a collective exhibit 8. And you can lay a foundation for this.
I believe. All right, can I publish the photos, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. And folks, this is going to be really hard to see because the TV's so far away, but I don't have a pointer, so I'm trying to explain.
You can use some space pointer, I'm sure.
Did it work?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's good.
This one? Okay.
Yes.
It's the USB for the.
It's okay. We'll figure it out. They used to do this for hundreds of years. I'll figure it out. That's what pressure work looked like back then, as you just testified, right?
You have to drive in there.
Yeah, I understand. So that's the opening, right, where you get in where it says pressure room?
Yes.
So I'm gonna hand you the photos so you can go through them closely because it's hard to see. You see this camera right over here? That's a pressure room. I know it's a little hard to see. And so I've got lots of angles of all the different cameras that I'm going to ask you. You see those in the photos at pressure room. You see that, right?
At the top,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't make it out, but it look like a camera.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, just a different angle of the entrance from pressure roll, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. And you see the sign right at the entrance of pressure roll that says this place is under video monitoring. Beware, warning, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the next slide. Do you see that camera? Can we make it bigger, please? You see that camera on the top right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this, there's a big mural on the pressure wall right there, home of the Grizzlies. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Zoom in on this one. And so this is sort of the side of the business. You see the black camera there and the light camera thing, whatever that is, and then another white camera right there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You guys were parked on the side, right?
You look like in the front.
Oh, in the front, okay. But the gentleman went to the side to talk or something, you said, Govan.
Well, I Then I turned around, I was facing the street. He got out and he walked to the back to talk to him.
Right, you mentioned that you didn't know if you thought Govan was in the car, but you couldn't see anything, right?
When I pulled in, I saw him get up. When he got out, I was looking at my mirrors. He got up out of a car.
Okay, all right. Next slide, please. So on the side, there's two more cameras. I don't think that middle one's the camera. I can't tell, but there's two more cameras there. Do you see that?
Yes.
I think my associate skipped ahead one. Just skip ahead one photo and then we'll go back to it.
This
one right here.
You see the cameras there on the other side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, zoom in. And you see two more cameras on the left side front of the building. You see one on the right side and one on the left side?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so this is right towards the front where you say there's a mural of the car we saw with the camera at the side. You see there's more cameras right there. In fact, it's a motion camera, so if you walk up there, the little dots come on. You see that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, just a close-up of the same camera, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so that's the business across the street. You familiar with that at all? Have you seen it?
The store?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, is that the store you guys went to get cigarettes?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, you just mentioned a gas station or something, but a convenience store can be a gas station.
That was once we left the apartments.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so I think we've already looked at this one, but there's cameras there on the side. You see it in the far back of the building. One more slide, please. That's just a close-up. Go ahead. All right, zoom in. And so on the back side, you see cameras there as well with the wires sticking out and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so with the cameras, they're in the front, they're on both the sides, they're by the office, they're in the back, and it warns you that this is under video surveillance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told the police specifically that you went to pressure wool. That was your words, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Cue up the audio, please. The pressure wool. I just want you to listen to your statement, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay? Do we have a TV remote to turn up the sound?
You come up from,
Go back a little.
When you pick them up from the two lanes, you guys went somewhere in Deidre, am I right?
Yes.
In the mile, okay. Over there, Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
Stop that. Play it again.
Okay.
Play it again and play it louder. Did you say I don't remember, right? When he asked you about picking up something with your boyfriend, he's sort of prompting you to whatever, and you say you don't remember. Is that correct? You're gonna have to speak up so the jury can hear you. Okay, let's go.
Over there, Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
I don't remember, right?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
Okay. Okay, finish what you doing.
It's Cornelius, he shot Drop, he shot down with Drop.
Okay. Now, hold on before you go. Doing, you called, go to the store, you'll go somewhere, and he tells you to stop. Let me get something. He was missing something. Because when he called you, he didn't call you from his phone, did he? Right. He didn't call you from his phone to go pick him up from the tonight. Whose phone did he call you from? Okay. And then, where did you, when you asked him whose fucking phone number is this? All right. Then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something, that he needed to go back and get? Right.
What did you say there? What did you say there when he said, did you say no, that you don't remember him saying it to go get something?
I can't remember what he said.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
Play it again.
What phone number is this? All right. Then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something, that he needed to go back and get? Right.
All right. So when they ask you about having to go do anything, your first thing, and this is December 17th, exactly 30 days after the shooting, you said you don't remember to the police, right?
Yes.
And then they ask you, wasn't there something your boyfriend said that you forgot, or something that he needed to go get, or those kinds of things? They're prompting you, right? To tell you what you're supposed to say.
I wouldn't say
Okay. Let's talk about Govan. Play that clip, please.
Yes, something, cause Drop, he figured I knew something, he was like, nah, my girl don't know nothing. My girl don't know nothing. And what's this guy's name? He stay on the the car was found across the street from his house.
What about him? He was asking what?
He in the middle of his suit.
Okay. We got an idea what you're talking about. Tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name is, man? Okay.
What's the name that first? You know?
It's cute. Does he ever cute? You know? What? Okay.
All right. So a month after all this happens, they're asking you about something. Because your memory was really good today about Quet, and you seemed very calm and collected about it. But back then, when they asked you what the guy's name was, and you said Cornelius had already told you Quet or Govan had been doing it.
Yes.
But the police had to ask you over and over and over again and tell you, was it a guy with the initial Q, right, on Bradley Street?
Yeah, but I forgot his name.
Okay, so you forgot his name 1 month after that, and 4 years later, you remember it perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. You know Bobby Carter also lives there on Bradley Street, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also sells pills.
I know he sold them.
Okay, but your boyfriend Cornelius hung out with Bobby Carter, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And the thing about the car being across the street, that's Cornelius telling you that. You have no knowledge of that, right?
Well, I saw it on the news, and before then, he told me that the car was parked. That Justin parked the car behind the empty house across the street.
Okay. So he told you that, and then you saw more things on the news, and that's how you remember this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also watched part of the trial yesterday, just not your boyfriend's part, right?
Right.
Okay. With regards to who's responsible for all this, 1 second. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Bobby Carter was involved in the shooting of Dolph? Okay. You're sure about that? Because I'm going to play a video just now, so I'm going to ask you again.
I can't recall.
Okay, well, no is different from I can't recall.
Okay, I can't recall.
Okay, so let's play that part of the video. And just remember, you're under oath.
Bobby. The wrong Bobby was the one caught with Carla. And told police where the cop was. Because he was in on it too.
All right, so you just said Cornelius told you that Bobby's the one that called us Mercedes in because Bobby was in on it too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Bobby Carter lives on Bradley Street. He's in on the shooting. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
Okay, and that was just a month after all this happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to pressure wound and all the cameras we saw there, what time of day did you get the pressure wound?
It was in the daytime.
Any ballpark as to when in the daytime? Lunchtime, dinner time, mid-afternoon?
I'd say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And so after you were pressure wound, you guys went to AutoZone?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Cornelius that said we need to get a car cover for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the AutoZone, I assume, just not too far from where you guys were at pressure wound? Okay. And do you remember the video cameras at AutoZone? Would you imagine that there's surveillance cameras at a big store like AutoZone?
I imagine so.
Okay. And do you remember if you went in or if your boyfriend went in? Do you have any idea how you guys paid for it?
He had cash.
Okay. Was that his cash?
He Govan gave him some money. I don't know how much it was.
Okay, so now you're saying, because we talked about the meeting, you said he got his phone supposedly, even though you didn't see it, but now you're saying he also got some money from Govan?
Yeah.
Okay. How much money did he get? Okay. Car covers can cost $50 to $200. You have any idea what kind of car cover it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. What happened to the car cover?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it at your house when you guys bought it to take it home?
No.
Where did you take it?
It was in my truck, but I don't know what happened to it.
Okay. With regards to the money that, well, first, are you testifying to this jury that Cornelius, prior to Dolph being killed, told you that he was going to do it?
He was telling me about meetings that they had, conversations that they had.
Okay. You're his girlfriend, and what did you think those meetings were about?
I didn't take it serious.
What did he tell you about these meetings prior to the murder?
He was just saying that they want to put a hit out on Dolph.
And that was okay with you as his
I
girlfriend?
didn't take it serious because at the time Cornelius was popping pills really bad.
Okay. Cornelius has lied to you a lot over your relationship, has he not?
Yes.
All right. And you've had domestic violence issues?
Yes.
He's stolen your TVs and sold them? He's taken your guns and sold them, right? The 9mm handguns. Is there any chance he used those guns as part of the shooting?
I don't think so.
All right. And how many shootings do you know Bobby to have done over the years?
I don't know.
More than 3 or 4, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Cornelius. I asked you about Bobby. Cornelius took your guns, and you don't know how many times he may have used those, right?
I don't.
You do know that he pulled a gun on his child's mother sometime during your relationship. I'm just asking her if she knows. They've been dating for 9 years now. Speaking of when Cornelius has lied to you. He also told you he was going to get like $1.5 million for doing this, right?
Yes,
And then it became maybe $1 million.
yes.
Then it became maybe $500,000.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then maybe $100,000. You remember that?
I don't recall that.
And then do you remember $50,000?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Jook's attorney paying for Cornelius's lawyer?
I don't.
Okay. With regards to the AutoZone, pressure roll, this is pressure rolls right after the shooting. You picked him up, he's bleeding, right?
Yes,
And you said he's bleeding a lot,
yes.
right? What does that mean, bleeding a lot to you?
He was bleeding so the point he messed up my seats on my truck.
Okay. The bullet was lodged in his shoulder, right?
Yes,
So who got it out? Because you can't just survive with a bullet stuck in your body with a hole that's leaking blood.
he didn't get the bullet out until he came down here at 201.
Okay. So he stayed with that bullet in his shoulder for almost a month? 3 weeks?
Past a month.
Well, the shooting happened on November 17th. He's arrested on December 9th. So he had that bullet. So how was he treating all that bleeding that was going on or not getting an infection?
Well, when I picked him up, his wound was already patched up.
Okay. When you picked him, it was patched up, but then you said he was still bleeding.
He was still bleeding.
Okay. On the day that he was arrested, the jury's heard some testimony about what happened. Is it your testimony that you were with Cornelius that morning?
That the shooting happened?
No. The day he's arrested, December 9th, his daughter's birthday.
Yes, I was.
Okay. So if somebody said it was just him alone, that would not be correct, right? You were with him.
Yes.
Okay. So that morning, did he appear normal to you?
Yes.
He was thinking clearly?
Yeah, I was like,
Okay. I mean, he wasn't drunk or high or any of that kind of stuff. He just,
he took some pills for the pain.
okay. But pain pills, right?
I guess.
All right. So he wasn't intoxicated to you because you wouldn't let him drive if that was the case, right?
He wasn't intoxicated.
Okay. And so then you went with him to the grocery store to get the balloons and the cake.
Yes.
All right. And then you guys went to the school to drop that stuff off.
No, he dropped me off before. He dropped me off at work and
Okay.
he went back.
All right. And as far as you knew on that day, he wasn't intoxicated. He'd taken some pills for the pain.
Yes.
The night that he was going to go clean the car, do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
You dropped him off near Bradley Street, right?
Yes, at the top of the street.
Right. And then you went around the block how many times before he came back?
I'd say once.
All right. Just a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dropped him off. He goes to clean the car. Did he have some bleach products and stuff with him?
He had some products. I don't know what kind of products it was, but yes, he did.
He had some bottles in his hand that he said. Okay. So he leaves the car with some bottles in his hand, as far as you know, clean something. And in about 2 minutes, he's back and you pick him up and off you go, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know the prosecutor talked to you a lot about, you know, these meetings and all that. I'm going to play some sound for you. And I want you to tell me, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about it.
And we needed to talk to you. Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you.
Stop it. Play it back. You said everything came from a higher power, right? Just now?
Yeah.
Okay. Play it back and let's let everybody hear it again.
And we needed to talk to you.
That didn't come from me.
Right, and that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing.
It came from my house.
I got you. When you mean who got
Yeah, I don't know who wants to.
No, I know we don't.
It's all over the
No, but you know what? You got access to the man that actually killed Dolph. And he told you. What did he tell you that shit come from?
Stop
Who told you that?
Stop. So this is all before the Q stuff that I played for you earlier. When they first asked you what's happening, you said it's coming from a higher power, and you paused and you thought about it. They didn't say, does it start with a J? Where does he live? What did he do? First words out of your mouth was, Jook did this, right?
Yeah.
All right, keep playing it.
And it came from you. No. Who told you that? Who's he? So he said he came from Jook. Jook being who? Because we want to make sure we're talking about the same Jook. Unfortunately, there's more than one Jook. CMG meaning Yo Gotti's brother, Jook?
Jook, yeah.
So when they asked you 2, maybe 3 times, it's Jook, CMG, Jook set all this stuff up. I know we've been talking about these meetings at Govan's house, but when it came down to it, Jook's giving the orders, Jook's paying, Jook's doing everything. That's what Cornelius told you, right?
Yeah.
Let's do one more clip.
Yeah, I don't know what Jook says to him. I know it, but he told me. He looked Jook in his eyes. Inside, I guess.
So you was the one that actually, they were accused house. And you was the one that asked him to kill Dolph. No, but when you said, he said he told you.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
All right, so again, when they ask you, where did the order come from? Who told him? Who was going to do that? It's always Jook, right?
That's what he said.
All right, and so the meetings, does Cornelius use the word meeting a lot with you? Or was he just over at Govan's house to buy pills and hang out with his friend?
A lot of time I was at work, so him going over there, a lot of times I wasn't around, but the couple of times that I took him over there, he was buying pills.
Okay. And again, everything is based on what Cornelius has told you.
Yes.
The guy that you said has lied to you about a lot of stuff, including, for example, he may get back together with his child's mother after he gets this money.
He never told me that.
Never told you that. But if he would have made that statement and we talked about it yesterday, that would be, he's never told you that, right?
He never told me that.
Does he ever say he runs game on you? Just telling you what you want to hear?
Sometimes.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions about the pressure world pictures that you just viewed, okay?
Okay.
All right. Have you ever worked at pressure world?
No.
Would you know where any cameras are?
No.
Okay. And like you said in your direct testimony, you stated that this was the first time that you ever driven up into pressure world.
Yes.
Okay. So you've driven past before?
All the time.
Okay. But you wouldn't have known about any cameras just by driving past?
Objection, meeting, Your Honor.
So by driving past, would you see anything at Pressure World by driving past it?
No.
Okay. And you gave this statement to police officers. it was in December, it was December 17th from the recording that you just viewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a month after the murder, correct?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, do you know if the cameras at Pressure World records interactions outside of Pressure World?
I don't know.
Do you know if it runs on a continuous basis and stays somewhere in a cloud?
I don't know.
Okay. And I'm gonna have you. And Ms. Arnold, do you even know if the cameras would be even working?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm gonna show you a portion of that same interview that Mr. Arora showed you. Do you know if the TV volume is up? I think we fixed it, Your Honor.
Tell me. No, I just want to come for you.
I don't understand it. Quick. It's so.
We just got that from Dodge Stewart.
Yeah,
Okay. We got an idea what you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me and just go over his house and get some deals.
Okay. Okay. You know what his name means to me? Or? Okay. Let's be going there. You know, it's cute. You ever cute? You know? Okay. All right. So how did Quentin tell me?
I understand.
All right, tell me. No, I just want to come for you.
I don't understand. Quick, stick this up.
So you said, to your understanding, Quet set this up?
Yes.
Okay. But earlier, I'm sorry, not earlier, but sometime in this interview, who did you say the order came from?
Sure.
Can those be two different people?
Yes.
The person that that planned it and the person that the order came from?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
You couldn't think of Q or Quet's name when they were asking you that, right?
I could.
All right. Prior to that, they told you you would be charged as an accessory if you didn't talk to them because you helped somebody after the murder happened, right? By driving them. Yes, they did threaten to charge you, right? In that interview?
Yes.
In the very beginning of the interview?
Yes.
All right. And so when you took a pause after we'd gone through this whole Q nonsense, and they asked you during this interview, who set it up, who did this? It was Jook. And they asked you some more. He's a higher power. It was Jook, right? That's what Cornelius told you.
Yes.
And Cornelius also told you Bobby Carter was involved in this case.
I don't recall.
Okay, I can play that clip for you again. You remember we just talked about it? Bobby Carter called in the Mercedes that was parked on Bradley Street?
Yeah, you did.
All right, and Cornelius told you Bobby Carter was in on it too? You remember saying that?
You did.
Okay. With regards to the video stuff, I'm sure you don't know if AutoZone's video cameras were working that day on the 17th, just a few hours after the murder, right?
I don't.
Okay. But you would expect police to go check that out to confirm that all these things happened, right? That would be a simple thing.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
You're sure they would, right? I
Yes.
would be sure too, but we'll see about that. Okay, thank you. Okay. After the homicide, we know Justin Johnson fled to Indiana, right?
Correct.
And he gave his phone to his brother, and his brother was using the phone. So a lot of these calls, his brother was the one using his phone to make it seem like he was still here.
Correct.
So that would be Jamarcus Johnson, Justin's brother.
Correct.
Okay. This PowerPoint slide, you said you just finished it yesterday?
Correct.
All right, so I'm just trying to catch up and go through it today as I just got it. With regards to this AutoZone stuff, was that mentioned in any of the police reports that had previously been provided?
Police report.
Right, you write down narratives, explanations of what happened.
Supplements, yeah. I mean, that was found late, but I would assume that we would either, it would be in the PowerPoint that y'all were given, or it would be, we might have some type of supplement about the receipt and everything, yeah.
I got it. So it was done yesterday. In fact, did you talk to the government about the testimony that's been going on as to what we were looking for as part of the case the last 2 days?
Not in the last 2 days. The receipts and most of that stuff was prior. The records were what I was working. They wanted the records, the November records prior.
Sure.
That's what I worked on.
Okay.
Everything else was pretty much already there. As far as like,
The reason I asked, there's not a single supplement from 2023 in the case. There's nothing, believe me or not, you know this, you're prepared for it, it's your co-investigator on it. Do you remember ever seeing a supplement or a note anywhere that said we have an AutoZone receipt?
I know that there's multiple PowerPoints in the discovery. I'm pretty sure that have that, all those slides. Because most of those slides are taken from, I got those slides from that discovery, most of that information.
You just created it yesterday. I'm telling you, you've done 2 PowerPoints.
I didn't create the PowerPoint yesterday. I created, when I told you the records from November, that's what I was working on yesterday.
Who put the PowerPoints together? So you made this entire 70 pages we just did?
Yeah, a lot more than that, yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is the lead detective in this case said you guys never followed up on any receipts with AutoZone. And I've been harping on AutoZone, and now for the first time I'm seeing this PowerPoint with an AutoZone receipt. Is that right?
Well, probably because we didn't find out about the receipt until much later in the investigation. This was after Cornelius and then actually getting in his phone and actually finding it. So it just took a long time to find that information.
But you guys indicted Cornelius in January of 2022, less than 2 months after this murder happened.
Yeah, I don't think we interviewed him until later.
Well, you interviewed him on December 9th. You do know that, right?
Well, that was an interview where he was not.
Well, did you do that or did you not do that? Okay.
I was not a part of that interview.
Okay.
But where he came forward with the truth, I was there.
The
on
truth?
2 different ones, 2
Okay.
different interviews.
So he came forward with the truth when you were there, the truth.
I would, yes.
Okay. Do you remember him making a statement to you in August? And you were there, it's recorded, so I'm gonna play it. Do you remember it? You were the second
He made a lot of statements, so you hadn't even played it yet for me to remember.
I'm just asking you because you went through 70 pages of slides with very specific dates and times of phone calls. Do you remember how many times Cornelius Smith made statements to the police?
I mean, I sat in on, I think, 2 interviews.
All right. How many total times did Cornelius Smith talk to the police? You are co-lead investigator.
I sat in for 2, and I know he had one when he was initially, I would think one when he was initially arrested. Where essentially he didn't say anything, or he might have said he didn't even do it. I wasn't in that interview. I was in the 2 that I had with the prosecutors and his attorneys and everybody that was involved.
After he signed the proffer agreement
Yes,
to be protected and all that kind of stuff with his statements.
yes,
That's the proffer agreement, right?
correct.
Okay, it protects the person saying it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember a proffer agreement taking place in August of 2022?
It's possible, yes. I don't remember when those 2 proper dates were.
Okay. Before I play that tape, Mr. Cornelius and Angela had both already talked to you all, right?
Correct.
Angela actually supposedly came clean on December 17th of 2021.
Correct.
Told you about AutoZone.
She did not tell us about anything about it.
Okay, so in the 2017, when she just testified, that would be incorrect about AutoZone.
She did not say anything. I did not see anything in her testimony. I didn't interview her, but I've listened to her testimony.
Okay.
I don't remember her saying anything about AutoZone. I found that out the day Cornelius had mentioned it to us.
When was that?
That would have been later when in one of those proffers. I'm not sure if it was the first or the second one.
Okay.
But he relayed that information to us, and that's when we started looking in his phone for that specific information to see if it was true.
All right, and Sergeant Dabney was involved in the proffers too as the lead agent in this case.
He could have been. I think at some point he had left, but I don't know if it was prior, before, or after. At some point he retired. I'm not sure what that time frame was.
Okay. So you don't know when the lead investigator in this case retired. On the biggest case that Memphis has got with young Dolph, you don't remember that?
He's got his own homicides that he's working. We were embedded in this, working this in a completely different building. Yes, we coordinate with him, but at some point I know he retired.
Okay.
And during the investigation, I don't document the date that he leaves.
All right. Can you go ahead and play this?
I know the pictures are a little grainy.
That's your voice, right? We're showing Cornelius pictures, and you say they're a little grainy?
I think so. It was they haven't said it.
Okay, I know the pictures are a little grainy. Do you know what that
That's you, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's keep going.
is? It's from your phone. You're holding it.
A video.
It was in your phone, it was a video.
Yep, it was rainy tank. Yep.
What firearm is that?
There's an AK-47, I think. They're the one that just gun.
That was going to hit. Is that the gun that you used
Yep, that's the gun he had, yep.
on the murder?
I guess it's a sign one, but pretty much. Yes, sir.
That's the one you had on Gucci, right?
Yeah, it was the day on Moochie, right?
It was Dolph. Did you have that same gun?
I believe so. But he had 2 of them. He had 2 of them. He had like, yep, 2 handguns.
What is this?
Alright, that's old. It ain't even right same thing.
What about this one?
This old, this Elster gun.
What about this? I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
It's a pop up.
Alright, stop with that. You were showing him photos, Cornelius Smith, you're showing him photos from his phone, correct?
Mhm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes.
All right, so he talks about AK-47s, about when he was shooting Moochie or Wu or whoever many people he shot.
Well, he didn't shoot Moochie. He said they went up there to attempt to, but Justin Johnson was holding an assault rifle and was laying down in the back before they drove off. They didn't do anything, but we were showing him the different firearms we found in his to see. We were trying to find the firearm.
Pardon me for being naive, I know he may not have shot anybody, but when I'm going there with guns and they jam or whatever, we don't use them, still it's pretty scary to me. So you show him the photos in his phone, right? That's the AK-47, then you go through the photo, that's Angela's handgun, right?
I think he said it was Angela's handgun, but it was photos of guns in his.
And the next thing you say is, I don't know how this photo got in here. It looks like it's a car park. You remember that? Play it again.
I mean, I heard it, but I don't know what it's in reference to unless we saw some car park. I heard
Play it
something
again.
with auto.
It's
It's old. It ain't even right. Sign. What about this one? This old. This else was gun. What about this? I don't even know what that is. What was in the gun section? There's a pop up.
So you said, I don't know what this is in the gun section. It's a car park.
Right.
That was said, right?
Yes, because you can filter on the Cellbrite software, like firearms, right? Because we were trying to find the firearms used in the murder. And when we filtered that, we had some that were so grainy, we weren't sure, but maybe he could clear it up. He said it was a car park.
Okay.
It wasn't really, you couldn't really tell what it
Right.
was.
I appreciate the explanation. You couldn't really tell, but these jurors are going to watch that receipt, and you're telling us that that receipt is an AutoZone receipt.
It looks like it's got, if you look at the very top, it looks like an AutoZone receipt. It's got the auto part and the zone. It's very difficult to see. I
Sure.
agree. But it looks like an AutoZone receipt at the top.
All right, so that is a great point. You said as part of your investigation, you name it, we collected it, right? You said that to the government when you're talking about how thorough we were?
Correct.
All right, so it sort of kind of looks like an AutoZone receipt. Did you happen to go about 6 blocks that way to the AutoZone headquarters and just say, could you pull the receipts from that very specific location that you told the jurors about to see if anybody purchased anything?
Again, if you look at the receipt in the PowerPoint, you can't, I don't think I was able to tell where it came from. And
All right, so now we don't know where it came from,
we
or
know
it could be AutoZone.
it looks like an AutoZone receipt.
Right, well, I looked,
But it doesn't, you
Your
can't
Honor,
see the fine
objection, X
print.
can answer that this time.
he's gonna dodge the question, Judge.
I'm not dodging the question.
Section overruled and strike it.
Again, you don't know if that's an AutoZone receipt. We're making presumptions based on a crumply receipt.
You're saying that I don't know it's an AutoZone receipt. I looked at the photo and at the top, you can see the AutoZone part. You can't see when he purchased it or the dates on the fine prints, but it appears at the top, it says AutoZone. But it doesn't have all the details, because trust me, we looked at that. We wanted to see what time did this purchase happen? But he said cash. So we were like, well, I mean, can we get video? I mean, we look at these things to try to figure it out, but sometimes all you might have is just at the very top, it says AutoZone.
Yes, it sounds like it's a very difficult job. Did you go to the AutoZone that was addressed and ask them to pull video?
At the time, we didn't have an address.
And you said you looked at the phone and you saw it, you got an address. Did you go yesterday to ask AutoZone headquarters, is there a receipt available?
Historically.
No, not historically. Yes or no? Judge, I need him to answer. He's dodging me over and over again. I'm asking a simple question.
I'm gonna object.
Did you go?
Objection.
No, I did not.
Objection, wait. She's objecting.
To what?
The objection. Your Honor, if he would allow the witness to actually answer the 15 questions he's asked, he might get the answer that he needs. I'm asking him to let the witness answer. Let him answer.
Did you go to AutoZone at any point in this investigation? I appreciate the smirk, but just answer yes or no.
No.
Did you
In
go?
objection, Your Honor, I would ask him,
No.
he's not make
We don't need commentary.
All right.
Just ask the question.
No,
Answer the question.
I've said no 4 times now. No, 5.
Okay, so we never went to AutoZone to confirm what this receipt might be. Did you go to Pressure World to look through all the cameras that they have at Pressure World?
I did not.
Okay, did anybody do that could magically be on a phone somewhere?
I did not. I was not a part of that first part of the investigation. I did not see anything that had where they went to Pressure World.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
All right. With regards to the records that you went through with the phone calls and the hierarchy of numbers, we know for a fact that Justin Johnson did not communicate with Hernandez Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the homicide. The last call was on November 5th, about 8 seconds. Do you remember that?
There's hundreds of records. He's saying they didn't communicate on the phone.
You went through a PowerPoint slide and you put November 5th, said there may have been a call, it was like 8 or 10 seconds. Then we went through the rest of it, and there was not a single call between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan until after the homicide took place. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. With regards to Cornelius Smith, you said 2 calls were made on November 15th. No calls between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan on the 16th, right?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then the 2 calls that you put on the slideshow with regards to Cornelius and Hernandez Govan, one of the calls was 0 seconds, right?
There were calls on there with 0 seconds. Yes.
Right. So, and the other call was 40 seconds and it had a code 11 next to it. You know, it could be 2A, it could be 11.
There were calls with 11, yes.
Okay. With regards to an individual that you had up there that was communicating with Mr. Johnson, Jermaine Sears, during the course of the investigation, remember that?
I do.
Okay. And he helped them after the shooting get the medical supplies and things.
He brought clothes.
Okay. Did he bring bandages and such?
I don't know exactly what he brought.
Okay.
What I saw Justin get was a bag of clothes, so.
What do you mean what you saw Justin get? It's just from the still shots, right? It looks like.
Well, in the video, when Jermaine Sears pulls up, Justin Johnson gets clothes and some other things out of the back of Jermaine's car.
Okay. You wanted to talk to Jermaine as part of your investigation, right?
We did.
You did or you didn't?
We could.
Okay. And that's because you called to reach Jermaine Sears and you were referred to his lawyer, is that right?
Correct.
And then his lawyer, all he said is Jermaine's out of town. That's it, right?
Yeah, he's not gonna talk.
Okay, did he say he's not gonna talk or did he say he's out
He
of
said he
town?
was not gonna communicate with us. I think we tried a couple times.
Okay.
Okay.
Could I get it back? Please. In this, it says you tried to contact Jermaine Sears. You were referred to his attorney, and he was living out of town. And then, quote, so we kind of let it be.
Who said that?
You said it. This is you. Question, and how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears? Answer, we use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him just by his real name and things of that nature. And then we also ended up contacting him to try to talk. Question on that number. Answer on that number. We were referred to his attorney and he actually appeared to be living out of town, so we kind of let it be. Remember that question and answer with Mr. Ackerman?
I don't remember that question and answer, but I do remember.
What is that a transcript of?
That is a transcript of his testimony from
What? When?
last year's trial.
Okay, well, if you just tell me it's a yeah. But I mean, that's exactly what I said earlier.
What's the question? You've read the testimony. What's the question for him?
The question is, you don't say anything about the attorney said you can't talk to him. You just simply said you advised he was out of town, so you just let it be.
I'm assuming that sufficed in the trial. I mean, I'm telling you now what happens. We can't kidnap somebody and say you're coming with us because we think you committed a crime. We contacted him. He referred us to his attorney. We contacted his attorney. He said he didn't want to talk to us. At that
So
point,
instead,
we
but you
can't
didn't,
do anything.
you didn't say that here, but now you're saying that you remember the attorney said, I'm not gonna talk to you.
I'm gonna object again.
I can only tell you what
And
happened.
asked, when she was, he's asked and been answered, he's answered to the best of his abilities several times. I'm trying to.
What different do you expect him to say?
Just repeat what you said under oath, but okay, we'll move on. With regards to the receipt that's on Mr. Cornelius's phone that may be an AutoZone receipt, does he have any other receipts on his phone that you found?
Not that you see the receipt that I found.
Okay, but you looked through all of it, you said, you worked really hard. Did you notice any other irrelevant receipts on there?
If there was relevant receipts, I might have seen there are thousands of photos in most of these photos. So usually we find those on the timeline. When we're looking through a timeline at a certain time, which would have been after the homicide, but around the time frame before the car is discovered, then on that timeline we're looking. And if we see him searching on the internet, right, for the covers, then we see at some point like a photos captured then we are like, oh, well, that might be important. But to go through thousands and thousands of photos,
Okay,
we're just not gonna do that.
so if it's thousands and thousands of photos, you name it, we collected it, it's not worth it. We just target on certain dates and certain things, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, there could be something relevant in there, but we don't know that. Because we only pick a certain date.
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the tables with the number of calls, sometimes there's 14, sometimes there's 20. Are those all communications between the phone, be it text message, phone, whatever?
Those on
On your
prior to
slideshow?
outside on the slideshow, those are just, most of them are voice, but they're communications. It could be text messages too.
Okay.
Just labeled.
So if there were 22 text messages on one of the day between Mr. Govan and Cornelius, you're aware that Cornelius used to buy ecstasy pills from Mr. Govan pretty regularly.
He stated that he bought narcotics from Mr. Govan.
All right. And you ever had a text with anybody where you say, okay, you say, hey, and suddenly it's 10 texts or 15 texts, just like that?
I don't know what the context of that is.
Right, I'm just saying, it's sort of being made out to be nefarious. The 22 contacts would be just a simple text conversation about a guy asking, when can you meet me to come pick up drugs? Meet me here. I'm at the store. I'll come back here. It could be anything, right? You don't know.
I didn't testify to anything of content, just that the communications occurred.
I got it. And you also don't know from those communications if there were 0-second communications, voice note communications, actual calls.
It will show you that, you know, there's actual calls, or that, you know, call forwarding was picked up. And again, like I stated earlier, it could have which we call no reply, which means your phone is active, right? You could have a non-reachable, right, which means the phone is off. So the phone, it automatically, that code will push it to that call forwarding service because you're busy. So if you're on the phone, so the phone, it gives you that information. I mean, it's not going to give you content or tell you what they're talking about. It'll give you the duration of the call, what type of call it is, or if it's a text message. So it gives you something.
I'm just trying to keep it simple. There's some summary tables where it just sort of had the top 10 list or something, and it's a number of calls.
Oh, hot number list?
The hot number list.
Yeah.
And so that didn't tell us if anything actually went through, if it was a text, it was just how many
Correct.
communications
Just
we
how
had.
many communications they had on that day.
And we don't know if it's back and forth, if it's one way, anything.
Doesn't list any, it just shows communications for that individual's phone.
Okay. With regards to Justin Johnson, you're aware that Mr. Govan and he were doing music together, music business type stuff together.
Oh,
And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of text messages between those two in the summer of 2021.
I can say that's probably true. Yeah.
Okay. And okay. With regards, so we've established that he's doing music with them, and you said, yes, probably true. I would argue there were thousands of text messages about music with them. And with Cornelius, you know, there was almost daily contact, even if it didn't make the hot list, where Cornelius would call Govan to go hang out at his house or come get pills.
I don't know what he was doing.
Right, but he did speak to you and said, I hung out with Cornelius and Govan a lot. I used to hang out at his house and stuff.
He said that he hung out at the house, yeah. He mentioned he bought drugs from him. Yeah.
There were some text messages that you pulled up there. Did you look at a lot of text messages on Mr. Justin Johnson's phone?
I'm sure a lot of it did, yes.
All right. Did you go before July 27th, I think was the first date you went into?
I'm sure we did.
Okay. If I showed you text messages from before that, would you remember them?
I'd have to see him to tell you that, but if you show them to me and I can remember them,
I'll do that.
let you know.
Okay, I'll just need you to scooch it as we go. All right. So the first text is from TZ to Justin Johnson. Is that right?
Correct.
TZ, somebody you guys investigated, right?
Yeah, Joshua Taylor.
Okay. Didn't charge him with anything.
He's deceased.
Okay, but prior to being deceased, you didn't charge him with anything.
Correct.
All right, go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, scooch down. And so this is Justin Johnson. Can you all even remotely see this? No.
They'll get it during
Okay. So on July 9th of 2021, Justin Johnson tells TZ, okay, we need to spin on street, excess ham, said Duke for show, pulled up on Dolph now. You see that?
Mhm.
All right. We've already established Ham was somebody that Justin Johnson was communicating with because you had it on one of your slides, right?
Correct.
You had a mugshot of him, and that was what was shown on the slide. That's his photo.
Correct.
Okay. And then Duke, you know that's stupid Duke on the streets, right?
I don't know. There are a lot of Dukes.
Okay.
And at that time, I think Duke might have been stupid Duke, the one you're referencing, might have been in custody at that time. I'm not.
Okay.
But there's multiple Dukes that are in that world that they're in.
Sure.
So I'm not sure who he's referencing.
And
Because
then
there's a Duke that's in their friendship.
Sure. And I know you don't know what's referencing. We don't know who's in custody. There's also serial killer Duke, right? The one that's just, you know about, that's just dumb enough to shoot anybody for anything. He's the gang member. I'm just asking.
I mean, I'm working that case, yes. I
Okay.
know who you're talking about.
Right.
I don't think that's a reference.
Okay. And then spin on street, what does that mean in gang parlance?
That they're gonna go shoot something up.
All right. So here we have on July 9th from Justin Johnson to TZ that we're gonna shoot something up, we're gonna pull up on Dolphin, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's take that one down. What? I know, but I gotta admit the next one. I'm gonna do one more. Oh, okay, sorry. Scooch it over. My bad. All right, so the next one from Justin Johnson to TZ is Dolph rented the whole studio out for the rest of the year. Call Jook, let's make some. Right? That's what it says?
That's what it says.
And that's July 9th, right?
Correct.
Okay, because on the slideshow, we talked about reaching out to Jook on July 31st, but here they're saying, call Jook, we're about to go shoot somebody, possibly Dolph, on July 9th.
July 27th, but actually TZ, the text messages aren't in there, but if you have TZ's text messages, you'll see that TZ is the one that made the introduction to Mims, because TZ has a text with Mims saying that I got this rapper. His name is Straight Drop, and you need to meet him.
So you remember that specifically now?
I remember that text, that it was probably in Anthony Mims' cellular devices, bro. I think you could look, but there's an actual introduction there.
Okay.
Because Justin Johnson was in jail in May. And so sometime between May and July is when he sends that message. So that kind of gave us a time frame.
I get it, but a few minutes ago, you said he would have met him at the weed shop, or wherever the smoke shop was on July.
I'm just showing you that specific time frame.
Okay, so TZ, if you're saying made the introduction to Justin Johnson to Jook, Govan didn't do that. You just said TZ made the introduction.
There's a text message where he's making an introduction like, hey, TZ is telling Mims, I've got this guy.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, he's introducing as like, I got this guy.
I got you. All right. We can take that down. We're gonna go to the next exhibit.
He's text messages for y'all.
Okay, I'm sorry. They're text messages from with.
Ask him questions about
Okay,
it.
these are text messages from Justin Johnson.
They are.
Okay, and they're dated July 28th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and they're back and forth between him and Cuz Risky.
Yes, Casey Williams.
Okay. All right, I gotta offer those in evidence now since he recognizes them. Your Honor.
The relevance, I don't know if he's laid any foundation for this.
I think you just have to read it.
Well, what's the content?
I didn't want to.
I'm having to take your word that they're relevant. Just lay some foundation.
Okay, I just didn't want
Who's the
to.
witness?
I will do that. All right. So on that first page, Justin Johnson is talking to Kozrisky. They say, okay. Then he says, don't see normal. That's somebody else, right? If you know.
So those are both from the same participant. Okay, don't see normal.
That's from Justin Johnson to Kozrisky, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Or no. No, it's.
You see where it says
Is
from?
this from Justin Johnson's cellular device?
Yes. Everything's from Justin Johnson.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, don't seem normal is an outgoing text from Justin Johnson.
Right. And then Risky responds to Justin Johnson, route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think. Do you remember that? You see that?
I see it.
Who is Shad?
Shad?
Shad.
Rashad Hill.
And who is that?
He's an associate of Justin Johnson.
Okay. And then on the next page, Kozrisky questioned, don't see normal. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then Kozrisky says, if you all get a steamer or some LMK, I'm cash you out. I need some. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
What is a steamer?
Stolen vehicle.
Okay. So it's Kozrisky asking them for if he's got a stolen vehicle he can pay for.
Correct.
All right. And then the next slide says great home too. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who is great?
Moochie Gray.
That's the one that got shot.
He didn't get shot.
Okay, but the one that she.
They attempted, yes, they went to the Turkey Drive. They were in the vehicle, and then Cornelius pulled off because he didn't feel like it was safe.
All right. And on the next slide, he says Muchina. That's Justin Johnson saying that.
Just referencing Moochie Gray.
Right, and the other fellow says, yeah, implying that's him, and then call me, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that last one, just for the record, just says pulling up.
Yes.
Okay. I can take that back, and I'll offer that in evidence as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
I asked for relevance.
Relevance is they're talking about shooting people, which has nothing to do with Mr. Govan at this point.
And again, it's not relevant.
I know I'm not the most hippiest person.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't understand this language.
I didn't know what spin the street was, but apparently if you Google it, it says shoot up the place, and that's what the detective actually agreed to. But my point here, Judge, is we've gone through a lot of inferences of addresses and phone numbers and all that.
Okay.
Saying Govan's mastermind, you look at, mastermind is my words, but you look at the call logs and this, and he must be coordinating everything, is what they've been sort of arguing throughout this trial. My point is Justin Johnson had connections way beyond Mr. Govan, and he's doing all this stuff on his own. That's what I'm trying to show the jury, that he didn't have to listen to Govan. He already had a direct line to Jook, and he was trying to do other crimes, stealing cars, telling them where people were so they could be shot. He's a PRE member, and that's been going on.
Based on that argument, I understand why you asked to enter the previous exhibit 26.
Yes, sir.
But I don't necessarily understand what that argument has to do with this.
It's essentially the same thing where he's tipping them off where they are. Remember, Mucci is a PRE member. They're out there to get PRE folks. And we've already established on July 1st that let Jook know we're going to do this. Now we're going out after another PRE member. That's the whole point. It's never going to say, hey, we are going to kill somebody.
Well, I understand that.
But there's been a ton of inferences of who called who, everything, as with arrows and slides that the government did.
Let me see the last exhibit. Right there.
The last exhibit is a little bit more direct, but you remember they said we have to go find people, and that's what Cornelius Smith spent the day talking about. We went riding around looking for people since August 13th and things like that. We're going to kill whoever. There was a price on everybody's head. It was just random. That's my point. They're tipping them off. It's got nothing to do.
They are tipping who?
Justin Johnson's tipping off other colleagues, and Govan is in court controlling it, which is what Cornelius said is Govan controlled everything.
Duke, a PRE?
Yes, CHPRE, that's the person they're referencing that they see.
Right, that's what I was trying to look up.
It's grape, it's also Muji grape, so that's why you have grape Muji. I'm sure she's got them all there.
You can, I'm not reading on what you said. I'm reading the first one.
She's reading the first one, not the one that has the video.
You want to make a copy of them so we can all have a copyright discussion or Miss Taylor? Let the district go.
How many you need? Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you all of them, so.
Two copies.
Yeah, and then take this one too. It's 4 pages here. I'm just gonna hand you a 4-page exhibit for the witness.
I'm familiar with these.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor, as the next exhibit.
Well, he that's not what they are.
Okay, I'm sorry, they're text messages from, with,
Let him just ask him questions about
okay,
what.
these are text messages from Justin Johnson?
They are.
Okay, and they're dated, July 28th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay, and they're back and forth between him and Cuz Risky?
Yes, Casey Williams.
Okay. All right, could I offer those in evidence now since he recognizes them, Your Honor?
The relevance, I don't know if he's laying the foundation for this.
I think you just have to read it.
Well, what's the content?
I didn't want to.
I'm having to take your word that they're relevant. Just lay some foundation.
Okay, I just didn't want
Who's the
to.
witness?
I will do that. All right. So on that first page, Justin Johnson is talking to Cuz Risky. They say, okay. Then he says, don't see normal. That's somebody else, right? If you know.
Now that's, so those are both from the same participant. Okay, don't see normal.
That's from Justin Johnson to Cuz Risky, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Or no. No, it's.
You see where it says
Is
from?
this from Justin Johnson's cellular device?
Yes.
Yes.
Everything's from Justin
Okay.
Johnson. So.
Okay. Yeah, so, okay, don't seem normal is an outgoing text from Justin Johnson.
Right. And then Risky responds to Justin Johnson, route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think. You remember that? You see that?
I see it.
Who is Shad?
Shad,
Shad.
Rashad Hill.
And who is that?
He's an associate of Justin Johnson.
Okay. And then on the next page, Cuz Risky questioned, don't see normal. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then Cuz Risky says, if you all get a steamer or some LMK, I'm cash you out. I need some. You see that? What is a steamer?
Stolen vehicle.
Okay. So it's Cuz Risky asking them for if he's got a stolen vehicle he can pay for.
Correct.
All right. And then the next slide says great home too. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who is great?
Moochie Gray.
That's the one that got shot.
He didn't get shot.
Okay, but the one that she.
They attempted, yes, they went to the Turkey Drive. They were in the vehicle and then Cornelius pulled off because he didn't feel like it was safe.
All right. And on the next slide, he says Muchina. That's Justin Johnson saying that.
Just referencing Moochie Gray.
Right, and the other fellow says, yeah, implying that's him, and then call me, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that last one, just for the record, just says pulling up.
Yes.
Okay. I can take that back, and I'll offer that in evidence as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
I asked for relevance.
Relevance is they're talking about shooting people, which has nothing to do with Mr. Govan at this point.
and then it's not proven.
I know I'm not the most hit this person.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't understand this language.
I didn't know what spin the street was, but apparently if you Google it, it says shoot up the place, and that's what the detective actually agreed to. But my point here, Judge, is we've gone through a lot of instances of addresses and phone numbers and all that.
Okay.
Saying Govan's mastermind, you look at, well, mastermind is my word, but you look at the call logs and this, and he must be coordinating everything, is what they've been sort of arguing throughout this trial. My point is Justin Johnson had connections way beyond Mr. Govan, and he's doing all this stuff on his own. That's what I'm trying to show to the jury, that he didn't have to listen to Govan. He already had a direct line to Jook, and he was doing trying to do other crimes, stealing cars, telling them where people were so they could be shot. He's a PRE member, and that's been going on.
Based on that argument, I understand why you asked to enter the previous exhibit 26.
Yes, sir.
But I don't necessarily understand what that argument has to do with this.
It's essentially the same thing where he's tipping them off where they are. Remember, Mucci is a PRE member. They're out there to get PRE folks. And we've already established on July 1st that let Jook know we're going to do this. Now we're going out after another PRE member. That's the whole point. It's never going to say, hey, we are going to kill somebody.
Well, I understand that.
But there's been a ton of inferences of who called who, everything else with arrows and slides that the government did.
Let me see the last exhibit. Right there.
The last exhibit is a little bit more direct, but you remember they said we have to go find people, and that's what Cornelius Smith spent the day talking about. We went riding and looking for people since August 13th and things like that. We were going to kill whoever. There was a price on everybody's head. It was just random. That's my point. They're tipping them off. It's got nothing to do.
They are tipping who?
Justin Johnson's tipping off other colleagues, and Govan is controlling it, which is what Cornelius says. Govan controlled everything.
Is Duke a PRE?
Yes, he's PRE. That's the person they're referencing that they see.
Right, that's what I was trying to clear up.
It's great. It's also Mucci grape, so that's why you have great Mucci grape. I'm sure she's got them all there.
You can, I'm not reading no records.
She's reading the first one, not the one that has been admitted.
You want to make a copy of them so we can all have a copy right this second, or let me see. It's still.
I can.
Let the district know.
How many you need?
Okay. Hold on, I'm going to give you all of them. So.
Two copies.
Yeah, and then take this one too, please. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor has made the objection as to why they were relevant when you tried to enter these in the evidence. And your response is?
The government's theory in this whole case is Mr. Govan has hired these two individuals to go shoot PRE members, and they're doing it as his direction, even though Jook's the higher up or whatever he's doing. My position is Mr. Johnson has his own connections, is doing it on his own, and therefore I'm trying to break the chain of the conspiracy, at least cast doubt on that, because there are clear text messages where he's identifying PRE members to other people. Either he's going to shoot them himself, has them shoot up the block, or we see Mucci Gekwu and they say pulling up. Whether the shooting took place or not, if you don't fire your gun, apparently it's not a shooting. I'm still scared to say points at them, but my point is this is happening and undercuts this whole theory that Govan's sort of the ringleader of all this kind of stuff. That's what I'm trying to get at, because he's doing it over and over again in the exact conspiracy timeframe on his own.
And still your fault.
Your Honor, actually, the state will withdraw our objection.
Uh-oh. That's something. Let's get trouble.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Arora, don't forget to have those text messages in there. That's what we were doing when she was just here.
Correct.
Ready, all right?
Yes.
Where's the document?
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna re-offer the 4-page text message chain from July 28th, 2021 that we were discussing in front of the jury momentarily.
This is a 4-page document with text messages, and it's been identified as text messages between Justin Johnson and
Cuz Risky, the detective was kind enough to give me his real name, but I don't remember.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. We're gonna mark this as exhibit 27.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and do the next exhibit just for brevity's sake. I'm going to actually think of, let's just go with this. I think I've got all the paper to confuse myself. So let's just go with exhibit 28. Excuse me, 27. Robert, would you do me the honor? Can I publish it here?
Yeah.
I know y'all can't see, but you'll have this with you. Okay, the 1625, Robert, you'll scoot you down just a little, please. That's Justin Johnson, right?
Is that the same text that we?
Yeah, I
Yes,
just showed
yes,
you.
yes.
And you know his last four are 1625?
Correct.
Okay. And Cuz Risky, his real name is?
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. All right, so Justin says, okay, we talked about this, don't see normal. Route there now, I think Shad know where the hoe at. I've seen him over there before, I think. Route meaning paper route.
Paper route loop.
Okay, and so that's a PRE number.
Correct.
And there's a beef between PRE and CMG.
Correct.
Okay. On the next slide, we've established that they've seen paper review, as you said. The question, don't see normal. And then the next one is if y'all get a steamer or some, I guess LMKs let me know, I'm cash you out, I need some. And steamer was a stolen car, right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next text was Grape Home 2, that's Moochie Grape.
Yes.
That's a PRE artist as well?
Correct.
Okay. And then Justin says Muchina, again, Muchi Gray, PRE number.
Correct.
Okay. And then we have a yeah, and we have a call me. And then we have a next page, please, Robert. It just says pulling up, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And again, nobody got shot on that occasion, but that's,
Well, they attempted to shoot, he was providing more than that. Oh, sorry. Casey Williams was providing a lot of information to Justin Johnson on PRE members. I think he was screenshotting Terrence Baker's calls and sending them to him. He sent him Terrence Baker's father's address. And those are intertwined with the messages you were sending. He was providing information to Justin on PRE members.
okay, perfect. Deputy Sergeant, you get your steps. 2-page exhibit. It is text messages from Justin Johnson to Jook, and we can explain who that is. Okay, can I get that back? And that looked true and accurate from the Justin Johnson phone that you reviewed? Okay, I'll just offer that as a next. I'm sorry.
No, he needs to testify on what we're.
Okay, all right, let's keep it
No,
there.
no, the jury doesn't know. That's testify.
All right. Justin Johnson text. I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in the car, baby, right?
Correct.
All right. Chopping it up with Jook means what?
I'm assuming he's saying he's been talking to Joe.
Okay. Could chopping it up mean hanging out with somebody?
Generally it means you're conversating.
Okay. And this was on July 31st, 2021, correct?
Correct.
All right. And this is true and accurate from the downloads I guess you did from Justin's phone? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I offer that in the evidence then?
Any objection? This is a extraction report. It's been testified that these are text messages from Justin Johnson, the 1625 number to who the main thing with it?
I'm unaware who it is. I think in the thread it seemed like it was a female. I'm not sure who she was.
It's a 2-page document. It'll give this. What date did you say this was? It said July 31st.
Yes, Your Honor.
July 31st. We'll mark this as exhibit 28.
I took the other exhibits, so I'm guessing it's 28.
Okay. I put it right over here.
Well, I'm just gonna publish it, so I need your permission. May I publish it? All right. This is what we just talked about. I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in car, baby, right?
Correct.
And playing baby's girlfriend. He's got several, right? Justin.
That's what I'm assuming, but I don't know.
Okay. And that was July 31st, 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. Let me know when you guys are done with the other. I thought you made you. Okay. Alright, I'm now going to show, without tripping, the witness a 3-page text message chain, if you could, please. Could I go to the witness and see my copy just so I can properly authenticate it? So I can read, go over the text messages.
I mean, I don't remember these text messages, but they're in Justin's phone. So.
I'm not being aggressive, I'm just gonna come up here since I really don't have a copy. All right, these are the text messages from August 25th of 2021, right? Okay, and Justin tells J-U-U, just pulled up onto Privé, right?
That's what he said.
Okay, and Privé is the club that Jook owns, right?
Yeah, it's a restaurant I think he owned with his mother.
Okay, but it's a CMG restaurant.
I would say it's
Jook restaurant.
Anthony Mims is a restaurant that he owns with his mother.
Okay, and then the calls go on, not so much, but he's just talking about he's going out with Jook. I don't,
Attorney testifying or the witness testifying?
Well, he's not asking questions.
all right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Jude.
Do you not have another copy of that?
I don't, because I gave him my other color copy, so. Here. What's the next one? Just go to the next page. We talked about going to.
Are we entering this in evidence? Is it already in evidence? Is it a
We're
question?
testifying about it, so it can be entered in the evidence, I assume.
But he's
Correct.
reading it, so the jury's hearing that.
He's identified them as text messages from Justin Johnson. He said he didn't necessarily remember the text messages himself, but you knew that they were text messages from Justin Johnson, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So,
I'm looking to offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
okay. And so he's, should be testifying about what's in the message.
And that's what I was doing. I just need you to enter it into evidence. I'm gonna move into it, or if you want to go over what.
I want you to go over what's in there.
Okay. So he's talking to Jew, maybe it's, and it's not a racial search, J-U-U is what it says. And he's
Why don't you get them to explain what they say?
What
Get them
does
to
it
read
say?
it and explain it.
All right, read it.
I'm here to FW Jook. I'm here to go out.
What does tell us what that means in
I would
English.
assume that means fuck with.
Okay, that means hang out with.
Yes.
Okay, what's the next text message say?
The next text message says, I have on no clothes.
Okay, the next one.
Bring yo ass home.
Okay, go to the next one.
And then it's a response from Jew, which is need to take your ass home with 2 explanations.
All right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and Jew about him being at Privé and not having the right clothes. He needs to go home.
Yeah, you can surmise that, it sounds like.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
And I'll reject on relevance. I don't know what Mr. Johnson clothes had on. has anything to do with anything that we talked about, ever.
He's spending time with Jook. The whole issue is Mr. Govan controls everything in this case, and Justin.
I didn't know that this was Jook we were talking about. You said JUU.
That's to his girlfriend, that he's hanging out with Jook on that date. That's what he says, I'm FW with Jook.
I don't know that. And see, the part of the problem is that the witness testified when he said that this text message on the beginning of the page 2, I'm here to FW Jook. I ain't here to go out.
Right.
The witness testified, you asked, does that mean I'm here hanging out with Jook? And he said it could just mean I'm here to F with Jook, I think is what you said, or something like that.
Yes, sir.
That's two separate things.
Okay, I'm misinterpreting what the slang means on there. My whole point is he's spending time with Jook on his own back in August. So if it's FW, if I'm mistaken about what it means, but just spending time with.
I don't necessarily know that that's what this means.
Okay. I don't either. That's why I asked the witness, and he said that's essentially what fuck with means, right?
Yeah.
And that is next exhibit 28. 29.
All right, for the sake of everybody's sanity, I'm just going to stop with the text message and just a couple more questions and call it a day, okay?
I'm here.
All right. With regards to, we've already established the last time Justin talked or contacted Govan, we talked about 2 weeks, all that stuff, in a couple of days with regards to Cornelius. I'm not going to rehash that, but with specifically regards to Justin talking to Jook on the 16th, he did make a phone call on the 16th, correct?
I'd have to see it again.
I highlighted for you the time and everything. I just pulled the actual page.
Did you change the time frame or anything?
You just tell me if I've done something wrong, you tell me.
No, because sometimes people will take records, it appears to be on Excel, and they'll actually roll them back themselves. So I was just making sure. It shows on 11/16/2021 at 17:37, 15 hours. Looks like a 331 second outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
Right. And you did that much nicer on your slideshow. I just sort of went in, downloaded the actual CDR thing to show all the parts and lines. So Justin Johnson and Anthony Mims had a 6-minute call the day before the murder, the evening before the murder.
Well, it would have been, assuming that these haven't been rolled back, it would have been 12:37.
Okay. But there's no dispute based on yours. I don't know if it's UTC plus or minus 6. They communicated for 6 some odd minutes the day before the murder. 300 something seconds, you said.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And you're also aware that Justin sent Jook a turkey emoji the night of the 16th.
No.
You're not aware of that?
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't, I'm just saying I'm not aware.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just. If we could approach the witness, please. Objection.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's a text message from Justin to Jook the night before the murder.
Okay.
Are we approaching it?
I thought this was next.
No,
Can you approach, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, this is a text from Justin Johnson to Jook.
Can he testify about that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Who are the texts from?
So it's from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
And I know there's more than one text, but I'm concerned about the one on record.
I'm starting with the first one. It was on August 13th at 12:56 a.m.
Would you look at it again? Are you sure it's on November 13th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, November 13th. Okay, I'm sorry. 12:56 a.m. And it says, bro, we got put squeeze on Wicked. That video ain't really shit.
All right, and the next one, if you could say, that's the one I'm worried about, is the next one, the one from the 16th. If you could review that, please.
Okay. November 16th, 2021, 4:37. It's Justin Johnson sending a, looks like a turkey emoji to Anthony Mims.
Right. And so that's the only page I would offer, and that looks like that came from Justin Johnson's phone based on the numbers, and that's Jook's number that it goes to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need the second page, it was just an enlarged version of that, Your Honor. So just the first page is all we're looking to admit.
Any objection?
You want this too?
No, just give her, I'll take it back, but we just admit the first page. Get that back to you, please. Thank you.
This is the text messages from Justin Johnson to Jook's phone. And the second message on the page appears to be the emoji sent on November 16th, 2021. We'll mark this as Exhibit 30.
And could I publish that, Your Honor? And I know it's hard to see, but that's the text message that Justin sent to Jook the day before the murder.
The turkey emoji, yes.
Okay, thank you. Take that. So we've gone through, we've already discussed all the hardware store and all the other stuff. With regards to Jook, did you all ever try to interview Jook?
Yes.
When did you try to do that?
When we executed a search warrant on his phone
Okay,
when he was at the airport.
okay. It wasn't indicated that you had talked to him anywhere in the police report, so lead detective said you guys never reached out to him. Is that incorrect?
I can tell you that they asked him, wanted to talk. Obviously, he said he had nothing to talk about.
Okay, and did we do anything else after that?
We wrote a search warrant and we did the phone extract.
Okay. So the suspect that Mr. Cornelius said
may have paid for his legal fees, all this other testimony we've heard. You went, even though the lead detective didn't know, you specifically went to talk to him and you said, no, I don't want to make a statement. That's just my Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah, we executed a search warrant at the airport. I forget who it was, but one of somebody, either Freon or someone communicated with him to say, hey, you want to come talk? We knew what his response was going to be, and we knew what attorney he was going to tell us to talk to.
Okay, I get all that. Do defendants occasionally exercise their Fifth Amendment rights and keep their mouth shut?
100%.
So you don't quit on the investigation just because they won't talk to you. You continue, right?
100%.
And in this case, Cornelius is giving you specifics about what Jook did. You've got text messages from Justin Johnson about what Jook did. But there was no follow-up, not being mean or anything else. That whoever went to the airport, that was it with regards to Jook.
I don't get to make the decisions on what happens to him.
I'm not asking who makes the decision. They're saying that was it. There's nothing else done with regards to Jook.
Yeah, there was lots of stuff. I mean, that's what we were doing.
Okay. I'll let you think I get it.
You guys go enjoy your evening. Don't talk about any of the testimony. And we'll be back here in the morning at 9:30 and we will work all day. Okay? So
Mr. Cornelius, my name is Manny Arora. I'm the lawyer for Mr. Govan.
Yes, sir.
Have we ever spoken before?
Nah, I've never spoken to you.
Earlier today, about 10 o'clock, the jurors were excused for about an hour. Did you have to talk to your lawyer before you testified today?
Nah, I asked to speak to my lawyer.
Okay, did you talk to your lawyer?
Nah, my lawyer out of time.
All right, did you talk to one of his associates?
Yes.
And is she the one sitting in court right there still?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
All right, and during the course of that hour, did you talk to both the DAs one more time before you took the stand?
This morning?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So in that hour break between 10 and 11, you talked to your lawyer about whatever, it's privileged, and then you talked to the DAs about your testimony.
About my testimony. They would just ask me was I ready. Yeah.
Okay. So let me get this straight. You're telling the truth here today, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So why do we need to talk to your lawyer before you testify if you're telling the truth?
Because when I came to court on the first, I didn't see my attorney. So I've been trying to talk to my attorney. Since I've been coming to court, I haven't saw my attorney one time. So I've been trying to talk to my attorney.
All right. But your attorney's already negotiated a proffer settlement for you with regards to the government, right?
No, he did.
He didn't do that.
No, he didn't tell me that I got nothing on the line or nothing. So I'm trying to ask what's going on.
All right. So if your lawyer didn't tell you anything, you're totally on your own cooperating with the government, hoping you can negotiate some kind of deal with the government?
No, I'm just keeping it real because they already know everybody else already made statements and told their part, so I'm telling the truth too.
Okay. My point to you is before testifying here today, you asked to talk to your lawyer about whatever you talked about. Then the government lawyers went in and talked to you, and then you testified.
I asked to talk to my lawyer because I haven't saw my lawyer since I've been coming to court, sir.
Right, so I'm trying to ask you, what is there to talk about? You knew why you were coming here.
I'm trying to see what's going on, sir.
Right, going on as to why am I brought to Shelby County? You didn't know you were going to testify in a trial today?
Yes, I did, but I'm trying to see what's up on my behalf, like me and him talking, like on our terms.
Okay, and you know the ladies came and saw you at the jail a couple times, as you said, 2 or 3 times.
2 times.
In the last week, right?
Nah, they talked to me like last week, then like week or 2 before that, and then just backed up 3 times and talked.
And prior to that, you talked to an ADA named Hagerman about 5 times. You remember a tall white guy that's bald?
Yeah, I remember Paul.
Okay, and you talked to him about 5 or 6 times?
I don't know, I can't tell you exactly how many times I talked to Mr. Paul, but I talked to him.
Okay. And to the police, you made at least 4 statements, if not more?
Nah, I ain't made no false statements to no police.
All right, did you talk to him in December after you got arrested?
Yeah.
Did you talk to him again at least in March of 2022 after you got
I
arrested?
talked to Paul then.
Okay, that's the prosecutor, right?
Yeah,
And he had the cops with him.
yeah.
Okay. So you get arrested on December 9th. You're indicted on January 2022, just about a month later, right?
Right.
Then you have your lawyer and you go talk to Paul along with the other cops in March. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, and then you talk to him again after that, right?
Yeah.
You remember talking to federal prosecutors in August of 2022 and making a statement.
I don't know who I was talking to, and I don't remember like what time it was, but
Okay,
yeah, I talked to him.
all right. And you remember when you previously given statements, you acknowledged you lied to the police throughout this process, right? You denied everything. And
No, I ain't say throughout the process. I didn't say that.
all right.
When I first spoke to them, when I first got him locked up December 9th, I was intoxicated. So, you know, I really didn't want to talk. Like,
Okay, so you are now telling me that on December 9th, the police illegally questioned you while you were drunk. They didn't wait for you to sober
I
up.
didn't say they illegally pushed me. I said I was intoxicated. And I said I would talk to you. So, but I talked to them. I was intoxicated.
Okay. These are your arrest is made by the U.S. Marshals. And so you would have been intoxicated at the time the Marshals arrested you?
Yeah.
And this is in the daytime, right? During the day?
Yeah.
All right. And so you're really close to your daughter's birthday on the day they arrested you, but you're drunk. Is that right?
Now, let me check this out. This how it went. I saw them trailing me. U.S. Marshals were trailing me. They used to follow me the whole morning from the time I got up. After I saw him, the next day it was on. I saw them trailing me. I went and got cake and ice cream for my daughter. I dropped Angela off at work. I dropped her cake and ice cream off at the school. Then I went to my children's mother's house and dropped the phone.
Okay. When did you get intoxicated?
Early in the morning.
Okay. So
Like I already had me some pills that night. From that night on, I already had pills and stuff.
okay. Let's go back. The night before you got arrested, let's just presume you got arrested on December 9th, 2021. You started taking pills that night.
Yeah, I went to sleep, but I had me some pills to wake up on.
All right. Who did you get the pills from?
Someone else.
Okay. Got a name? You don't remember, do you?
Nah, I don't want to put that name out there.
Well, we're telling the truth now, remember?
Yeah, but
It's all
they
open.
not on trial though. They not Indians. They ain't got no part. They just sold the pills. So I ain't finna put their names out there.
So you got some pills the night before, and you stayed intoxicated through the whole day, or did you drink some the
No,
next morning?
you don't drink on pills. You don't drink alcohol with oxycodone. I ain't say nothing about drinking. I said I pop pills. That's my choice of drug.
Okay, when people say intoxicated, maybe I misunderstand.
I was under the influence. I'm gonna say that.
All right. Did you take pills in the morning to stay under the influence?
Yeah, I woke up and popped me some more pills. I was shot already too. You know, I was shot too.
I understand. So you took the pills, but even though you're intoxicated with the pills, you know enough to go to the grocery store, to get cake, get balloons. Then in your intoxicated state, you go to your daughter's school. Apparently the teachers at the school don't mind you being intoxicated, so you drop off all the stuff for the party. Then you leave some more. You're not intoxicated enough to realize that the marshal's been following you all morning because you're sharp enough to figure that out. And then prior to them stopping you, you're smart enough to ditch the phone with your child's mother. That's what you're telling me under your intoxicated
See, I've
state.
been taking them so long to where pills don't do me like they probably do you. And I could be at work as well.
Right.
And then after I saw the U.S. Marshals on me, I did go to a Family Dollar and get some Tylenol PM and took some of them too.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to the story for the day. You get up, you pop some pills, you go to the grocery store, you go to the school, then you see the marshals. Instead of being worried about the marshals following you, they just leave you alone. You go to the Family Dollar to go buy headache pills.
They ain't just leave me alone. They were trailing me trying to see exactly where I was going, what I was doing. They were tracking me the whole time. From the time I got
Why didn't they just stop you if they saw you? And you're clearly wanted.
Objection, you're on the cause for speculation.
They stopped you near your child's mother's house, right?
No, they stopped me in Mississippi. I put them on I left. I just put him on a little trail. They ain't put no lights on me till I got in Mississippi.
Okay, so was it a high-speed chase or you just
Nah, I
kept
don't
going?
know how speed chase, because as soon as they put South Haven police behind me, and South Haven police put their lights on me, I pulled up, and the marshal was right there.
All right, so we've talked about intoxicated, so you were smart enough to say, I'm gonna get out of Memphis, then chase me across state lines to Mississippi, and you remember specifically South Haven police got you.
They didn't chase me. I just drove, and they were following me. They were trailing me the whole time. So I just went on to South Haven, Mississippi, and they followed me and put South Haven police behind me, a marked car.
All right, so in your intoxicated state, you went in this Sunday drive essentially where you saw the marshals tailing you. Then you were smart enough to recognize South Haven police was also involved. Is that
Look,
right?
this how I am. I'm from the street, so you know, when you drive, you pay attention to all your mirrors. You know what I'm saying? So I pay attention to these cars following me. You know what I'm saying? And I knew that if they were some hitters, they would have pulled up on me and just shot the car up. You know what I'm saying? So I went ahead and went on to Mississippi. When I was in my baby mama's apartment, matter of fact, they pulled up 5-seat car deep, number 10 windows. So I knew they were police.
What kind of cars were following you?
Jeeps, all kind. You know how the marshals ride, you know.
Well, marshals usually have those big SUVs and Suburbans, but you're saying like a Jeep Wrangler?
They had Jeeps, they had all kind of cars.
Okay.
They was in unmarked cars, tinted out.
All right. So I'm gonna try to go this slowly. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me to repeat myself, okay?
Yes, sir.
I have no quarrel with you. I respect what you're trying to do. I just want to ask some questions,
I ain't
okay?
got no problem. I respect what you're trying to do too.
When we first started this morning, you had mentioned you'd been shot twice and you were losing a lot of blood. Is that a guess?
Yes, sir.
And you said it was gushing everywhere out of your arm. You had to get medical care.
No, I got a wound key. I never went to the hospital.
Understood. But you used the word a lot of blood everywhere. Is that fair?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay. So as you're bleeding with blood everywhere, you got into the Mercedes to make your getaway.
Yeah. I didn't even recognize I was shot at the time when I was in it. It's like, man, like when I got in the car, I didn't recognize I was shot.
But you saw you were bleeding.
No, once we pulled out and he shot the window, that's when I know I had a hole in my, I wasn't bleeding.
Okay. When the car left, as it's leaving, Makeda's cookies, you get shot in the arm.
I don't know when they got shot. I said it earlier. I don't know when exactly. What point I was shot at, I don't know. But once we pulled out, we was driving crazy. That's when Jesse said he was straight, and I looked. I'm like, dang, I'm hit too. And I kept asking him, was he okay?
So obviously at some point when you're shooting your AK-47 into the Makedas and backing up, the other guy comes out and then at some point he grabs an AK-47 and shoots at you. You have to have been hit somewhere along that point, right?
Yeah, it was so bad. I don't know when I got hit right here. Anyway, I can't tell you when. I didn't feel it.
Okay. Can we agree that after you got shot twice in this part of your leg, which is a heavy bleeding part?
I was straight right here.
You were straight. So that shot didn't bother you.
And the bullet went in me right here and was in my back.
Okay. Because when you were walking, you didn't look like you were limping into the apartment. So that's what I was asking you. Did you get shot in the leg?
Straight right there. Straight right there.
It's just a scrape.
Yeah.
All right. The one that lodged in your body, that blood is just gushing, right? You've got an open wound in your
Russian, but you know, because I've been shot before, so I know not to panic. Long as I don't bleed out of my mouth, I ain't gonna panic. So I know how to control it.
Mr. Cornelius, I'm not trying to ask you difficult questions. Were you bleeding heavily from the gunshot wound in your arm?
Yeah, you gonna bleed heavy. You gonna bleed.
That's all I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
And as you're bleeding, you're sitting in the car going to Bradley's seat where you dropped off the car. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there would be blood in the car. I mean, you're bleeding heavily.
Nah, I'm sitting up. I'm sitting up actually, man. And I got on a pullover sweater, you know, and I'm not panicking, so the blood I'm not panicking. Because I'm making sure Mr. Johnson okay as well, because he said he was hit. But come to find out he was straight.
But if you're bleeding heavily, but there's no blood, is that what you're telling me?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's excellent. He's answered this about 5-6 times.
I just want a simple answer to a simple question.
He's answered it to the best of his ability. He's answered it a couple times.
Was there blood in the car once you got out?
Nah, I wasn't looking to check. I wasn't trying to see whether no blood. I'm moving fast, trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right, we'll go with that. And you mentioned that Justin had the car keys, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so when you guys dropped off the car, Justin got into his SUV that he left across the street from Mr. Govan.
I got up and jumped in the SUV. On the video, so I was driving SUV in them park.
I'm not talking about the apartments. Remember when you dropped off the car? Let's focus. When you guys dropped off the white stolen Mercedes, you said across the street from Mr. Govan's house.
Right.
You and Justin got out of the car.
I got out the car to move the truck. You had to move the truck out the yard first to pull the car up. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you did that.
Yeah.
Whose truck was it?
It was Justin, I guess.
All right. Who drove the truck away over the two-lane apartments?
I did.
So that white SUV that we saw you were driving?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. You don't know who struck that?
No.
All right.
It was Justin, I guess.
All right. When you drove the Mercedes into the driveway.
No, I did not. I can't drive two vehicles. I jumped out the Mercedes to move the white truck. But Justin parked the Mercedes. He was driving, as you saw in the video.
All right. So even though you couldn't drive too good, you drove the SUV the two-lane
Who
apartment.
said I couldn't drive too good?
You just did say that.
I said I can't drive two vehicles, two cars.
Okay.
At one time.
All right. So did Justin have the keys to the Mercedes?
Yes.
Okay. So he does whatever with the Mercedes, takes the keys, you guys get into the SUV, you drive it away to two-lane apartments, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to get into the AutoZone. I know you don't remember, but the car was found on the morning of December 20th, 2021, which is about 3 days after the shooting, okay?
December the 20th?
I'm sorry, November the 20th, 2021. We will work with that, right? You're now saying that the night before, which would be around midnight, I think you said, of the 19th, Mr. Govan gave you some money for car cover?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you said around midnight or so he did that, right?
Yeah, and then in between that time.
Okay.
Many hours.
All right. You mentioned at one point that he paid you with Cash App, and then at one point you mentioned he
I
paid you
said
with
nothing about cash.
So these jurors didn't hear the word Cash App come out of your mouth at
I
all?
said he paid me with cash.
Okay.
He gave me cash to go get the car covered.
Did he ever pay you any dollars with Cash App?
No.
Okay. So he gave you cash. Did you go get the car cover?
Yeah, I went and got it, but I didn't go inside the store myself.
Okay. So now let's go back. So you're telling me when this happened, on the night of the 19th, you were with your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Angela?
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause you didn't mention that when they were asking you the question. So let me get this straight.
What you saying?
On the 19th, the night before the car was discovered, you cleaned that car, right?
Yeah.
Angela was with you when you were cleaning the car?
She wasn't with me. She dropped me off.
All right, where did she go?
I told her buzz a block, right around. So I called and told her to come back.
All right.
She wasn't with me.
So you said you called Mr. Govan to tell him that you were gonna clean the car so he wouldn't shoot you, right?
Yeah.
So did he come out to visit with you?
No, he didn't come out.
Then how did he give you the money that night to go get a car cover?
I went back over there. I ain't say it might have been that same day now. I said it might have been the next day, but I went over there, get some pills. I might have been later on, because I went over there to get some pills or whatever. Stay up, some extra pills, once again.
Right,
And
but you understand,
gave me the money to get the car covered.
you understand, we're running a little bit out of time because you told us under oath that he paid you on the 19th of December of 2021 in the evening hours around midnight.
Then I said it might not have been that day. It might have been the next day. You know, it might have been like I probably had the days mixed up. Like the day before, I probably went and wiped the car. Then the 19th, he gave me the money for the car cover.
Well, see that there's a little problem with that. The car was found on the 20th that morning.
Okay.
So if you wipe the car down the night before the it was found, that would be the 19th. You'd agree with me, right?
Exactly.
And if he also paid you at the same time, that would be the 19th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you
But
got.
the time of what time, like exactly what time these two play with, I can't remember.
But it was all at night.
Yeah, like midnight, early morning.
Okay, and you went to the AutoZone to buy that night, and you just.
Nah, I ain't go that night. I went that morning to get their car cover, because I wasn't finna put it up. The AutoZone ain't no 24-hour AutoZone where we get no way.
Okay, what time did you go to the AutoZone?
So we open up early in the morning.
So like 7 in the morning.
Can't tell you exactly what time.
Okay.
I finna see real life.
Who'd you go with?
Me and Angela.
All right, so now you've got Angela involved in covering up the murder, like hiding evidence, right? She's helping you get this?
I ain't ever involved in doing nothing. She wasn't hiding nothing. She wasn't doing it. Nope, not finna lie like that.
All right, so when she picked you up at Two Lane Apartments, what happened to your clothes?
What happened to my clothes?
Yeah, the bloody clothes.
We had changed out at Two Lane Apartments.
Where'd you get the clothes?
We got them Two Lane Apartments.
Like from who?
Whoever they was. I don't know that good.
So they just had something to fit your size to wear those clothes?
Yeah, you see, when we went in and we came out, you see, before Angela pulled up, we had on different clothes when we came out.
Okay.
You see that on the video.
So you remember that part, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You went to the AutoZone. You ever been to an AutoZone yourself before?
Yeah, I had cars.
Security cameras everywhere, right? At the AutoZone?
I don't know about it.
All right. Would it be out of the ordinary? You've done auto part shopping before. You just said you've been there before, right?
Right.
All right. Do most businesses that you frequent have surveillance cameras?
Of course.
All right. So your car, what car was it that went to the AutoZone that morning?
The SUV that picked me up.
So Angela's car.
Yes, sir.
So if I was to call AutoZone to get surveillance, I could easily see the car coming and going.
Yes, sir.
All right, and if I went inside, I could easily be seen on the surveillance cameras because, they have it for shoplifting and all that. Angela would be front and center, right?
I ain't gonna say front and center, but I told her to go get the car cover.
All right. And
Go
so,
get a car cover, universal car cover.
all right, and so if it's around 7 in the morning, she used cash to buy it. You get a receipt even if you use cash, right?
Right.
Okay. So if I wanted to double check, say I'm a really good detective and I want to figure out what's happened, I could easily go to AutoZone, pull the footage, ask them for just their receipts from between 7 and 8 that morning, who bought a car cover. I could very easily validate what you're saying, right?
Of course.
Okay. We agree on that. Thank you. With regards to Mr. Govan, you talk to him almost every single day, right?
What you mean?
Like you would hang out at his house.
Yeah, I go through the grab a few, pull up on him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you talk to him pretty regularly, right?
Right.
So if you say, hey, he called me or he did this, you could have communicated with him for any reason. You have to take your word for what it is that you guys talked about, right?
When you talking about?
Well, I mean, you're a little vague on the date, so I'm just asking you, if you met him that summer.
I'm a little big on the date.
A little fuzzy on the date.
Oh, yeah. I've been locked up almost 4 years.
Right, but you've also talked to the police over those course of the 4 years, especially in the first 6 months.
But not like this, not like.
But I know, because there's pressure here when you're under oath, but I'm saying, and you've also talked.
Ain't no pressure, because I'm telling the truth. Ain't no pressure.
Your truth is your truth, I understand. You've talked to these people about 9 times, essentially, the government lawyers, right, prior to testifying here today.
I can't tell you exactly how many times I talked to them, sir.
Okay. You mentioned during your testimony that you actually never communicated with Jook, is that right?
No, I never communicated. Well, I did, to be honest with you. I forget I had, like, after they found the car or whatever, and, man, I wasn't talking to Justin or him. So I had inboxed him on one. Well, I forgot what it was. And I'm like, man, I'm going home, boy, man. I need to holler at you, girl. I'm trying to get my money. You know what I'm saying?
So who were you communicating with
I was inboxing Jook, like, man, this Govan, little homeboy. Like, really, I ain't want to say this who Govan hired, you know what I'm saying, to handle the bid. I'm like, this Govan homeboy, I need to get up with you. I'm trying to get my bread.
All right, so when you said inbox, is that an email?
Yeah, what I had, it might no bomb. I forgot what it was.
Okay. And the reason I ask is you didn't want to give up anything or do anything, but earlier, when you first met Jook, you said Mr. Govan introduced you as Little C, the guy from the shooting of Wu. So we already knew you were a shooter. So why would we need all the cloak and dagger if you're trying to reach out to Jook?
Nah, because look, this had went, man. After the shooting or whatever, after they discovered the car or whatever, Justin had got with me and was like, man, look, man, Jook saying that he'll get with us on his own terms or whatever, and don't trust Govan or nothing like that right now. You know what I'm saying? He was like, so in my eyes, there was so many crosses, you know what I'm saying? Like Justin had ran out with the cake or whatever, and I couldn't trust him. I couldn't trust nobody, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, I'm gonna take initiative on my own and hit Jook up on these little, I forgot it was Instagram or something, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, man, this Govan homeboy, you know what I'm saying? Like, get up with you. Really, I need my money.
Did you ever text Mr. Jook at all during the course of all this?
That's what I was saying on a website, like on Instagram or Facebook, something like that. I forgot what it was. I ain't have his number personally. I could not contact him, like call his phone and say, Jook, where my money? No, I couldn't do that.
Okay. Could Angela do that?
No.
So nobody.
Angela ain't know nothing about no Jook or none of these. Like, no, she couldn't. Like, she couldn't just hit Jook up. She don't know him or Govan.
Okay. Can I just have it 1 second, Your Honor? We've talked a lot about parking the car across from Govan's house, but you recall some hours ago you said your friend Bobby Carter lives across the street from Govan as well, right?
He stayed like across up the street, like close towards the corner with his mom.
All right.
And they called each other brothers.
Okay.
Govan.
So your testimony to me now is when you told them whatever about Bobby Carter, that he remembered how they will. Now you're saying Bobby Carter lives up the street.
He stayed across the street, but houses down from where they car was.
How many houses?
I can't remember, about 3-4 houses, close to what that is?
Bradley?
Nah, close. Bradley is the street they stay on. Close towards what's the Crossway Street?
I'm not from Memphis, I don't know.
It's been a long time. I ain't been out there. I can't tell you.
The reason I ask is you also mentioned you just lived a couple minutes from Mr. Govan's house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you live a couple minutes from Mr. Govan's house. Bobby lives across the street, some 3 houses down. And you and Bobby did the first shooting of Wu when you guys had a shootout with Mr. Wu. Is that correct?
Yeah, me, Bob, and Justin. And we got, Mr. Govan gave me his gun.
Okay.
Gun.
So now Govan gave you the gun. I understand that. Was Treon Ingram also there for that shooting?
I don't know none of them folks. I don't know none of them.
How many people were there all together at the first shooting of Wu?
At the shooting or
At the shooting.
the house at Mr. Govan's house?
Okay, let's try this again. You went with Bobby Carter and you said Justin was already there.
We all met up at Mr. Govan's house. And me and Bobby jumped in one vehicle, and Justin and another guy was in another vehicle.
All right. So when they asked you before, now there's a 4th guy that was going to do the shooting with you guys, right? It's you, Justin, Bobby, and a 4th person you don't know. Okay. So you guys drove off and found Wu and had a shootout.
Yeah, he had told us Wu was at the house, Mr. Govan.
So Mr. Govan knew exactly where Wu was
They,
at the
they
date
knew
and the
exactly
time.
where Wu stayed
Okay, so did you shoot up his house?
at. Like I said, the gun had jammed up. I was on foot walking up, and he was coming at the house. And the gun Mr. Govan had gave me had jammed up. And I had to jump behind the tree, and Bob was trying to get to me.
Okay. Were you ever charged with the attempted murder of Wu?
No.
By the state?
No.
But you told them that you tried to kill somebody and the gun jammed up, but they didn't charge you with a conspiracy or attempted murder or
He ain't
anything?
called no police then. Like, that was street stuff. Ain't nobody attempt, like, he shot back. Like, it was a shootout. After that, it was unity.
Well, like with Mr. Dolph, though, that was a shootout too, because they shot back at you and they hit you
We
twice.
shot first, though. We shot first, so it really wasn't. We ran as they were shooting back. We were pulling off as he was shooting back.
Okay. In your statement to the police in March of 2022 and Mr. Hagerman, do you remember telling them that two masked men met you prior to your arrest and gave you $50,000 in cash inside a brown paper bag?
No, I ain't tell them nothing like that.
All right. Did you tell them about? Okay, you didn't tell them. Got it. At some point, money showed up for your lawyer after you got arrested. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. And then you were talking to the police, and they asked you what did the money mean, and you said it was understood that you were on Jook's team. Is that correct?
No, I ain't say nothing like that.
Are you sure? Because I got it on video. So
Yeah,
I'm just going to
on
ask you
Jook's
again.
team?
Yeah, they said, is it understood what you were going to be doing that they paid for your lawyer?
No, I wanted my money. The hit already been done.
You're in prison, and $38,000 or $50,000 or whatever just shows up to pay your lawyer. Is that correct?
Yeah, the money came.
All right, and that came from Mr. Jook's
I don't know
CMG.
who it came from.
So it just magically appeared.
I don't know who it came from. Like I said, I couldn't call nobody. I don't know who it came from.
Do you remember talking to the police on August 10th of 2022?
Probably did. We'll see.
Well, I'm going to show you what was said. We're going to go through it. May I approach the witnesses?
You can,
I want you to read paragraph 17 to yourself, and I'm going to have a handful of questions.
and you're right. Can we approach, you might get halfway to sit down, please? Hold on for just a second.
We're going to have a bunch of questions. Okay. Can I retrieve it back? Ask me a question. You remember talking to agents back in August of 2022? We established that, right?
Right.
All right. Who is Vanessa Covington?
My sister.
All right. And you stated to the police on August 10th of 2022 that you had Vanessa Covington, I guess her married name is Holmes, try to reach out to a lawyer for you, right?
Correct.
All right. And then she told you that we don't have any money, right?
Correct.
Her husband contacted a lawyer named Taurus Bailey, is that right?
Correct.
And that you told her that you needed to get word to Mims through Arthur Horn, attorney for Anthony Mims, correct?
Correct.
So you told your sister to reach out to Jook's lawyer, Arthur Horn.
No, I did not tell my sister that. I told the lawyer that.
Okay, so you told your lawyer, reach out to Jook's lawyer, Arthur Horn.
To get him money.
Okay.
But he didn't represent me.
All right. And so the lawyer did get some money from Arthur Horn.
Yeah.
And Arthur Horn is Jook's lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, Mr. Bailey advised you that payments have been made.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be $50,000, right?
Supposed to.
And there's no trail of it, it was just cash, is what he told you, you got paid cash.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Horn didn't want this coming back to him, so he just paid out cash to Mr. Bailey.
I don't know how he got paid. I don't know. Yeah, he got paid though.
All right.
When he got there.
And then Mr. Bailey backed out of your case shortly thereafter, and another lawyer came on your case, right?
The baby wasn't able to represent me because the judge went down.
Okay.
At the time, the judge at the time.
So he's been paid full, either be it 50,000, 30, whatever it is, he's been paid. And then he gets you another lawyer, right?
Right.
And the same 38,000 in cash shows up for that lawyer, right?
Right.
All right. And you guys talked about that cash, and in fact, your lawyer during this interview with the police in August said, whoa, this money's all documented and all that stuff, right? Your lawyer talked for a while trying to explain where this money came from, right?
I can't remember. I recall. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then one of the detectives also jumped up and said, now that they paid for your lawyer, it was understood that you were with them, or words to that extent.
What you mean? With what?
If I pay for your lawyer, wouldn't I expect you to help me out and keep your mouth shut?
No, not necessarily, because if you bring me a part of this, and then you know what I'm saying, like you make your statement to the police, and you hire me to do this and make a statement and turn me in, then, you know, right, wrong. I might as well go with, you know, the same person that hired me and made a statement on me. I might as well just, you know, keep it real and tell the truth. This is who hired me, right? And then there you go. This is who brought me in.
Okay. When you tried, they asked you again.
I don't know Jook and them like that. I don't know Jook.
Okay.
So I'm not with them.
When they gave you the money.
They didn't give me the money. I was locked up.
When they gave the lawyer the money, you think Mr. Govan came up with $50,000 in cash to pay the lawyer?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, we've already answered this. You said you know it came from there. The lawyer told you. I got it. So let's move from that to, was Mr. Jook ever interviewed by the police in this case?
I don't know.
You read the discovery in your case, did you not?
I ain't read all that. I ain't had a whole 1,000-some pages.
All right. So in here, when you said I've looked at the discovery after your March interview,
I saw my part. My part was short.
Okay. Your part was short, even though you're the one with the AK-47 committing a murder, telling them about AutoZone, telling them about I went here, I went there. Let's go back. All right. You talked about pressure wool. You know pressure wool, right?
Yeah.
You know what it looks like. You've been there before.
Yeah.
Sometimes people sell drugs there.
I don't know, but I don't know what go on in pressure word like that. I can't say all that.
All right.
I can't say all that.
You said you've been to pressure. What did you go to pressure wool for?
I went up there with him to get it, Mr. Govan to get his car washed before. And then I went the day of the shooting and I met Mr. Govan up there.
All right, so is it your testimony now, after I just asked you, you've been there before and you know what it looks like? You've only been there twice. Is that your
I
testimony?
can't tell you how many times I've been to get a car wash, sir.
Okay. You live in the same neighborhood as Mr. Govan, just a couple minutes away.
Yes, sir.
The pressure room is just a couple minutes away from both you guys.
Yes, sir.
And you know what it looks like.
Yes, sir.
And you've been there.
Yes, sir.
Have you been there without Mr. Govan?
No, sir.
Okay, so is it fair to say then you're saying you've only been there twice in your life?
I can't tell you because I've probably been there 2-3 times with him. I don't know. I just can't tell you, sir.
Okay, so it was, I went there to get my car, he got his car
Objection, Your
washed.
Honor, ask and answer.
Why don't they, well, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I apologize. You went there one time with Mr. Govan so he could wash his car.
Get it car washed.
Okay. And the next time you mentioned it was to pick up your phone.
If you want to say it, yes, sir. I went back to pick my phone up from him at the car wash. He told me to meet him where he get it car wash here because I already knew. So, I went there and met him.
And then there may have been other times you went to the car wash with Mr.
No, I'm not saying all that, sir.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
When you go to pressure room, you do notice there's cameras all around the building and there's only one way in and
I
out.
don't notice all that, but it might be.
Okay. So if I'm a good detective and you say I went to pressure room, certainly they would have gone to pressure room, seen the cameras and asked for the surveillance footage, right?
I don't know what they did, sir. I can't do their job. Well, I don't know. I can't tell them. I don't know what they did, sir.
All right. When you talked about when the meeting happened, was it just you and Jook when the meeting happened?
No, me, Jook, and Mr. Hernandez Govan, sir.
And was that planned in advance?
Nah, I told you I was just pulling up about Peter's actually. Jook was already over there. And Govan was like, we're going to see right here. You know what I'm saying? This was him to be the other day.
All
And
right.
Jook like, hold on. Put them phones, you know what I'm saying? Can't trust you like that.
With regards to trying to figure out when this meeting happened with Jook, that's the first time you saw him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
First time I saw him.
And you just know Mr. Govan for a very short period of time prior to this meeting, right?
Right.
Okay, but Govan, even though you don't even know him, approached you and said, you want to kill some people.
Nah, he said, paperwork got hits on the head. Not you want to kill some people. Paperwork got hits on the head. Boundaries on it.
Right, so.
This our turn. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? Street. This our turn. I always seen.
So is he doing a public service announcement saying, hey, there's a bounty on these people, or is he telling you to do it?
You don't do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You first, you got to figure a person out. So that's basically what he was doing, figuring me out. He saw I was buying pills for him. So I probably need a little money because I get pills on credit or whatever from him. You know what I'm saying? And he saw me and Bobby tight, so he figured me out and was like, you want to make some money?
Okay. And so this is a murder Mr. Govan couldn't do himself to make $100,000. He needed you to do it and maybe get $10,000 out of it.
I don't know what he could have did himself, but I don't know. I can't tell you all this, sir. He had a whole bunch of young guys around, you know what I'm saying? So I guess he wanted to just send us on out,
So now he had a whole bunch of guys that he was talking to this about.
I'm saying he had young guys around him, we'll come around. So,
So is everybody supposed to be told, go out and kill people and make some
I
money?
don't know, sir. I don't know, but I'm not finna sit here and lie, sir.
Okay, but now you're telling me that he had other young people out here and everybody knew that there was a price on
I
Dolph.
didn't say everybody. I don't know who all knew, sir, but I know me, Bobby, Justin, and the other guy. I don't know who all knew because I'm not with their little crew. So what they talked about when I went around, I don't know, sir. You know what I'm saying? I was Bobby's partner. I wasn't his partner really, but once me and Bobby, he saw me and Bobby was, then he, started, trying to play a bundle.
All right, so a gentleman that you've just recently met decides he's gonna trust you enough to tell you that there's a price on people's head. And just like that, you trust some guy living in Orange Mound to be able to come through with the money based on his representation.
Nah, it wasn't even representation. It's just,
when you hungry for some money, you would get out there and get your hand dirty, you know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, I had already saw Jook, like after he told us, and we went on one mission, and Bobby clarified that, you know, that his brother good for, and Jook was over there when I met, and Jook clarified that our money was gonna be good. It's go time.
Right, but remember,
We done been to the club together and everything.
I get it, but
And
let's,
Jook was at the club too.
right, I understand Joe told you the money was good, but the problem with that statement is you'd already shot at Mr. Wu, you said close to a month or so before meeting
Nah,
with
I
Joe.
didn't say no month or so before meeting no Jook. I didn't say that. It was a couple days later. When I pulled up and got them pills, it probably was the next day or 2-3 days later. I can't remember the timeline, but it wasn't no couple months.
So when you said 2 weeks, maybe a month,
Nah,
that was incorrect.
I didn't say that, sir. I didn't say that. It was like probably the next day I pulled up over there about the pills from the next day or two. I don't know exactly when. And he was like, here go, let's see right here. It's who put their work in, who shot it Woo.
All right, so if all this is already known and understood, why would Mr. Jook need you to take your phones out and then walk you through how much everybody's worth? You already knew all that.
You want me to be honest with you? I can be honest with you. Because they were saying that Mr. Govan was like one straight or nothing like that. Was like informing and stuff like that. And, you know, they were saying that he was police. So
Okay.
that's why all the phones got to go outside, you know, when you talk around.
So let me back this up. You were told at the meeting that Mr. Govan could be police.
Nah, Bobby been told me that.
So Bobby told you.
And then the streets talk, you know, people in the neighborhoods were saying that, you know, he had got him popped and he had got him sent to jail and he was setting them up and stuff like that.
So let's maybe go back to scratch. You just met this guy for a short period of time over the summer. Bobby's already told you he's a snitch, maybe works for the feds.
But you can't tell me nothing about no bad like that. If he ain't did no wrong, he ain't did no police stuff. He ain't police me, so I don't just take the streets say that about anybody. You know what I'm saying? They
Your
probably
friend-
saying it about me right now.
Your friend Bobby Carter told you that. Your friend.
An associate.
Okay.
I don't have friends. I have associates.
All right. Your associate told you that this man that you just met is a federal snitch. You can't trust him, right?
Yeah, but people say that about anybody, man. You know what I'm saying? So, no, you ain't get no police stuff with me. Like, I ain't got no bad to say about you. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
You cool. You know, streets talk like that all the time. Associates or whatever. Because he probably seen how me and him get, and he ain't like that. So he comes to, like, you know, he's police. You know what I'm saying? So I don't listen to what people say.
All right. So let me just ask.
It's just like proving guilty to prove innocent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the problem we're having. So let me ask you
Innocent
some
until
questions.
proven guilty, however you get.
All right. So before you meet Mr. Govan, according to you, whenever that was, Bobby Carter's already giving you rumors, your associate, that he's a snitch, you can't trust him.
Nah, not before. After me and him start, you know what I'm saying, hanging out and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That was Bobby.
All right, so now you're saying Bobby told you he was a snitch after you guys
Yeah,
started hanging out?
like after he saw how our relationship was, this when he was like, you know what I'm saying, can't trust him. You know, that's why I feel bad. He was like, that's why he want to take a pause. You none of this or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying?
So your associate, Bobby Carter, that introduced you to Mr. Govan, fell back because he didn't trust Mr. Govan.
Yeah, because me and Bobby had a problem too, though. So that's why I really didn't believe because he had put my town flag and stuff. So I really just ain't believe everything people were saying. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so now you and your associate, Bobby Carter, had problems as well.
I
So you
didn't
didn't believe it.
Yeah, so I was like really more around him than Bobby. I had feel bad about because we had little different problems and stuff too. You know?
So the same guy you went shooting with, you guys had a disagreement, so you weren't friends anymore.
Yeah.
So the car where it's parked, even though Bobby lives just a couple of doors down, we're gonna keep saying it's across from Govan's house. It was actually in front of an abandoned house, right? One or two down from Govan.
What?
The car, when you guys dropped off the Mercedes.
It was right across the street at the abandoned house from his house.
Okay, which is 2 doors down, but on the same street from Bobby Carter's house.
Yeah, it's on the same side as Bobby. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
On the same side as Bobby, but right across the street from Mr. Govan.
Did Bobby ever tell you, call you and say, why is there a fancy Mercedes sitting in front of my house with a busted window?
I wasn't talking to Bobby at the time. Bobby texted me and said, you niggas ain't gonna fuck with me. It's actually in my phone, so Bobby the one, I don't know.
When you talked to the police regarding the meeting, you said the meeting took place around the time Braylon Murray was murdered. You remember that?
Who?
Braylon Murray.
Who are they?
Could I show him? Let me give you the police. I want you to look at the highlighted portion of paragraph 9 of the debrief for the defense. You mentioned you've seen the discovery about you, so this is about you. You agree that the feds wrote up a long 6-page summary about your interview, right?
I ain't had it much in school.
Okay, so your lawyer, over the
Ain't get
last
all my
3 years, has never shown you your own statement to the police.
No, ain't get all in the school.
So you're basically telling me your lawyer is a complete buffoon that didn't share your own
No,
discovery.
I wouldn't say that about my lawyer. I'm not saying it, because I told him I didn't want the rest of the discovery. So I didn't say that. I just said I didn't get all my discovery.
So you know specifically the interviews that you did with the police, maybe the most important thing, he didn't give those to you.
I didn't care to get all that. After this thick package came, I didn't care to get no more.
Can you hand that to him? Just read the highlighted portion to yourself, please.
I don't know who that is. What's the nickname?
I don't know. That's what the police said you wrote. You told them. CD, that was you at the time. That's the phrase, the initials they were using for you. Said the August 13th, 2021. This meeting was around there, around the same time Braylon Murray was murdered. Right?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Tell me, how many people have you shot over your career?
My career is not a career for one, but I went to jail in 2011 for aggravated assault charge. That's it.
Okay, but I'm just asking you, how many people have you shot? We've got Wu down. Who else?
I haven't shot Wu. I shot at Wu. It's a difference.
All right. Tell these nice people in the jury box, how many people have you shot at?
One. How many people have I shot at?
Yeah.
Wu. And I shot a guy in 2011. And dog, is it? I'm not criminals just doing stuff like this.
Okay. Can I retrieve that deputy? You got arrested on December 9th in that intoxicated state we talked about, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yes, sir. I was under the influence.
Okay. The police still interviewed you on the 9th, is that correct?
Because I said I talked to him because I figured long incriminate myself, they'll let me go.
Okay. And then do you remember your girlfriend, Angela Arnold, talking to the police on December 14th?
I remember. I wasn't there. I was locked up, but I remember.
All right. Do you remember calling from the jail on December 12th before she gave her statement to talk to her?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember asking for an alibi from Angela so you wouldn't be mixed up in this thing?
Alibi? What you mean?
That you didn't do it.
No, I probably did. 9 times out of 10 I did because, I'm trying to get out of it.
And then you also called Shay. Is that Letitia Jackson?
Yes, sir.
And you also talked to her on December 12th, talking about what exactly happened, that you were being charged with murder. Remember that?
No, I don't remember. That's my birthday though, but I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember being told that Angela went and talked to the police on the 14th of December?
Yeah, I remember.
All right. After that call, do you remember calling Uncle Ron and asking him to find out what Angela said to the police?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And aside from Uncle Ron, you also called your brother Quez to find out what Angela said to the police on the 14th, right?
Probably.
All right. And aside from Uncle Ron and your brother Quez, you also called Shay about it, right, to contact Angela?
Well, I believe.
And then you, aside from Uncle Ron, your brother Quez, Shay, your child's mother, you also asked Kiana, your sister, to find out what Angela told the police. You have to say yes or no.
I believe.
Okay. And do you remember your family telling Angela, do not go down to the police station to make a second statement?
What you mean, my family? Who is my family? Like,
Shay?
Nah, I'll show you my kids' mama. Only others don't need to get along. So I don't know. I don't remember it.
Deputy, could you show him the jail recorded phone call from December 15th, 2021, right here, please? Please read it out to yourself. Just read it to yourself.
December what?
15th, 2021. I've highlighted it for you where it says Smith said.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So if I could retrieve that back. You remember telling your family, tell Angela Arnold not to go down to the detective's office until you came home?
But
That's a yes, right?
yeah, I read about that. I see it.
And then underneath it, you can look at it as well again. And you also tell Uncle Ron, go talk to Angela before she goes back to the police.
Yeah, I read about that.
Okay. And then did you yourself on the 15th talk to Angela Arnold at 8:27 p.m. to talk about her interview with the police?
If it's right there, I read.
I don't want to.
I did.
Okay, well, I know your memory is
It's a jailhouse phone call. Yes, sir. It's right there, black and white.
just take a look at it because I don't want you to misunderstand any dates because I know it's a little iffy.
What date you said?
The top of the page, read the 15th. Could I get that back, Deputy? So that day, you asked Angela, tell you what she's going to do because you wanted to figure this shit out. And you don't want her going down to the police until you get out so you guys can go with a lawyer. Is that right?
Well, I don't know. That part ain't on her, but yeah, until I get out.
Yeah. Okay. And then you also told her to say she doesn't know anything about it. Keep up with the false statement that she's already made.
Nah, because she ain't make no false statement, so, she told them what she knew.
But on the 14th, she said she didn't know anything.
I don't know what she told them. I wasn't there, sir. You know what I'm saying? But she told them she what she knew, and,
So she had no idea that this was gonna go down before it went down on November 17th, right?
Nah, she ain't know till November 17th.
Right.
She ain't know till the day. When she picked me up, I had to go and tell her and keep her aware of what was what. And quick, like, make sure her sister stay happy, man. Make sure she stay happy.
All right, but then you also used her to go buy the car cover at AutoZone.
Yeah,
2 days
that
after
was
the
quick. That was quick.
Right, but at that point, she knows she's hiding evidence, right, by buying this car cover trying to hide the car.
Nah, she ain't know she had no evidence or nothing like that. Angela Green, man, she ain't know nothing about what she was doing or nothing like that. I just told her go buy a car cover. She ain't know what car it was for.
Okay. So even though you guys committed a shooting in a car, you didn't tell her anything about it, just said go buy a car cover. She was like, okay, I'll do it.
Nah, I told her I got shot and stuff. I said, man, just go in there and get a universal car cover for me. You know what I'm saying? She ain't know what car that car cover finna go on. She ain't know that.
You've just been shot 2 days earlier. She picks you up at a strange apartment that she doesn't live at where you've got bandages. You tell her to go buy a car cover and she doesn't ask any questions?
Nah, I told her, man, I did tell her that, we just got into a little shootout and, it was I told her it was a $1.5 million hit on Dolph. That's what I told her. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, so you told your girlfriend that you were gonna get $1.5 million for killing Dolph shortly after that, right?
Yeah.
And then it became $1 million. And
No. I told her 1.5.
Okay.
But it was really 100,000. I never said no million. I never said no 200,000. Whatever you trying to get it. I never said that.
I'm not getting anything, I just have paperwork in front of me, so when Angela testifies, I'm gonna ask her, she'll say that I agree with you, the 1.5 million is the first thing you mentioned. So you didn't mention to her $1 million.
I ain't say no better.
You didn't mention $500,000 to her.
No.
Right. Did you mention to her that you talked to Shay, your child's mother, and said you're gonna use that money to buy a house for them and live happily ever after?
I ain't, cause I ain't never said no shit like that to Shay, man. I ain't say we were living happy ever after, man. I just said, I was gonna, make sure if God would've, well, I ain't gonna say if God, cause God don't bless evil, but if I would've got away with it and I would've got the little 50,000, I would've blessed my children's mother with about 10 so they could get them a house or something. And I sent their text messages and they wanna know we gonna be happy ever after and all that. Nah.
Right. Do you remember when another lawyer named Luke Evans, I think, was a lawyer, he asked you about that and you said, I was just running game on her, doesn't say anything. You ran game on Angela, right?
No, I ain't run game on them.
Who'd you run game on?
I ain't run game on nobody, cause my children's mother was gonna, get in, I was gonna put them down in the house. You can't buy no house for no 40,000 or nothing like that,
I just kidding. He's gonna find it for me.
Yeah, it was just running games is like just like.
Lying to them.
No, I wouldn't say lying. It's just, man and women talking. She know me, I know her. She know I'm full of shit. I know she full of shit. Basically.
All right.
Just put a smile on each other's face. Laugh. Something to laugh about.
Deputy, could I have you, I'm looking at page 153, please. Could you better read that page, please? Could I retrieve that, Deputy? All right. So the question was asked by Mr. Evans, but you're telling her you're gonna buy her a house. Answer, I said that the day before, I said that the day before. Question, the day before? Answer, yeah, I tell a female a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like that, my baby mama. I was just trying to get back with her or whatever. I ain't just like, it's just game. You know what I'm saying? It's just game. It ain't about all, it's just game. So when I asked you that you were trying to get back with your baby's mother, and you said that to this other lawyer, that's a lie.
Well, no, because if it's right there, you know what I'm saying? If I said it then, how I feel now about her and how I feel then, different time.
All right.
Been 44 months, man,
I understand. And you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison, do you?
I don't know if I want to spend the rest of their life in prison, but, I got to do whatever they give me to do. If they give me life, then it's just my life, you know what I'm saying? I did the crime.
Okay. So let me finish up this. So when he talked to you about the day before, yeah, I tell a female a lie, you know what I'm saying? Like that, my baby mama. I was just trying to get back with her or whatever. It ain't just like, it's just a game. You know what I'm saying? It's just game. It ain't all about all, it's just game. Question, so you're just lying to her too? Answer, I ain't saying lying, I ain't gonna say that. Game and lying is two different things because, tell a person what they want to hear, you know what I'm saying? You said that, right?
I just told you,
Right. And you're
yeah.
running
Though, how I feel about her now, how I feel being different. You know what I'm saying? Once again, same response.
I agree, but it's a very
So you
eye-opening statement to me is tell people what they want to hear. It's just a game.
No. It's different. It's totally different. So
Okay. So when you said
this ain't game right here. This shit real, man.
Okay.
Somebody lost their life.
Right.
This ain't game right here.
And you want to make amends for that, right?
I pray every day. Ask God to forgive me, you know what I'm saying? Ask the family to forgive me and stuff like that.
Right. It's been 4 years. Why don't you just take a guilty plea so the family didn't have to worry about it? You still haven't pled guilty to this case.
Why did I just take a guilty plea?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to give you what they're going to give you.
Yeah, they are, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to just keep it real, you know? Same person that hired me, you know? Same person that, you know what I'm saying, kept it real with them. So I'm going to keep it real too, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know nothing about this. I ain't had no beef with paper route. I ain't into no paper route. I don't know none of them. Had I not met Mr. Hernandez Govan, and he told me about the hit on all their heads and stuff, I wouldn't be sitting up here, sir. I'd still be up there popping my pills, minding my business.
All right. With regards to after the shooting, you said you went to the car and you cleaned it at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
The car in which you were bleeding from your shoulder wound and maybe or maybe not from your leg wound.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you mentioned that you took bleaching peroxide and wiped it down.
I ain't say what it was. I said I don't know exactly what, I can't recall exactly what I sprayed on. Clean stuff.
Just give me a second, I'll show you the statement.
Okay. If it's there and I said, I admit it is there, but I don't remember. I can't just tell you, yeah, this is what I use right up top. Right.
I'm just asking, how many people have you shot that you can't remember going to clean a car with bleach and
I
peroxide?
just told you, sir, I ain't shooting nobody but a guy in 2011. I shot Ed Wu and Young Dolph. I don't shoot people like that. I'm not that kind of guy. How many people have you shot, guy?
You remember pulling a gun on your child's mother where she had to get a restraining order against you?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, you didn't shoot at her, but you just pulled a gun on her, right?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. With regards to Angela, you had domestic violence calls as well, as just a few months before all this happened. She called the police on
Am I
you.
on trial, sir?
Well, you should be, but you're not right now. So I'm asking you.
Well, why you bring up my criminal history?
Mr. Smith, answer the question.
Yeah.
All right. And then did you also steal TVs and other things to
Yes,
go
sir,
buy
I did.
drugs
Yes,
after
sir.
you stole Angela's property?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you've had domestic violence with her as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
But she's still dating you as of today after 4 years of being in
Yes,
prison?
sir. You know, people go through their ups and downs. Every relationship do.
Okay. I'm going to refer the state to page 158 and 159. Sorry, you're gonna get your steps in, Deputy. Let's do this again.
No problem.
I want you to read the bottom of that page and the top of the next page, please.
Mm-hmm.
Could I have it back, Deputy? All right. So the question you asked. Just trying to see who asked you the question. Luke Evans asked you the question. It was actually twice. It was also asked on page 153. Question, all right. Now you said you wiped down this car. How did you wipe down this car? Like, what did you do? Answer, what you mean? Question, how did you wipe down the car? What did you do? You walked through the backyard, walked up to the car. What did you do next? Answer, I took a towel and, I had like peroxide and bleach and stuff, and I wiped the car down. Question, peroxide and bleach? Answer, yeah. Question, and so you walked back through this yard and you had big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands? Answer, yeah. You trying to say how I did it with a shot arm? Then you guys go on as to how you would wipe that thing down. Remember 3 different times you talked about bleach and peroxide?
Yep.
And carrying big things of bleach and peroxide to the car?
I didn't say I cared.
Question, and so you walked back through this yard and you had big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands? Answer, yeah.
I had on a towel. I didn't say I carried no big, because I remember him asking me, now you shot, and you holding all this. No, I ain't do all
Let's
that.
do it again.
Asked and answered several times.
He keeps changing it.
We'll give him a chance to clear this up.
I'll just ask you again. Question, and so you walked back through this yard and you had big things of peroxide and bleach in your hands? Answer, yeah.
Yeah, it's on that paper, yeah.
Okay. At some point in one of your interviews, you mentioned that Justin Johnson gave $500 to the neighbor next to your father's house along with a letter. You remember that?
Yeah.
That happened, right?
Yeah.
All right, and the lady that lives next to your dad's house, is that Vivian Ferguson?
Yeah.
All right. And so she was given $500 by whom?
I wasn't there at the time, but I believe it was Justin Johnson.
Okay, so Justin Johnson arguably would have gone to your dad's neighbor, ready to like a grandma, this Vivian Ferguson, if I remember correctly, and gave her $500 cash, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point after the shooting, you went to Atlanta, right?
I was coming here from Atlanta when he had took that 500 as well.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask if you know when the 500 went there because I'm sure it's gonna be blurry for you, but after the shooting, you went to Atlanta.
Yeah.
All right. And then arguably when things cooled down, you came back and there should have been $500 waiting for you with Mrs. Vivian Ferguson, right?
No, I was on my way back from Atlanta when he gave her that 500. I was already en route back to me.
All right. So she would hold the money for you until you
I
got
was
back.
just a few hours away.
Okay. You have any idea when that was?
No, I can't tell you.
Okay. With regards to when you met Justin, you told us repeatedly to the government that you met him through Mr. Govan. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you remember making an intoxicated statement to the police on December 9th when you were arrested? That you met Mr. Johnson through another rapper that you knew as miscellaneous. It's like $MISC. You remember saying that?
No, I don't recall it.
Okay.
I was under the influence, sir, so I don't recall none of that interview at all. I'm just gonna be honest with you. On December 9th, the day I got locked up, I was high. My mugshot said I don't remember nothing.
Okay, so let me back up that day that you got locked up. You were high, but you went to the grocery store knowing enough it was your daughter's birthday to buy cake and balloons, you went to the school to drop it off. You then were alert enough to notice that.
Nah, I did say I went by Family Dollar, got $10 PM.
I'm getting there. You were alert enough to notice that you were being followed by law enforcement, but instead of whatever, you decided to go to the Family Dollar to get some headache pills. You then drive through Mississippi or to Mississippi, and then you're alert enough to know that suddenly not just the unmarked cars, the Jeeps, DeSoto County Police was also following you, right? And then they stopped
They
you.
pulled me over.
They pulled you over.
Follow me. They come behind me. That's what initially made me stop and pull me over for the U.S. Marshals.
All right. Was this on the side of the road?
Yeah, they pulled me over on the side of the road.
Okay. And so, was this near your child's mother's house?
Nah, it was in Mississippi on Arora.
All right. Because when we talked,
State line.
okay, when you talked to the government, you said you were able to get your phone to your child's mother, so you gave her some evidence, and the police figured it out. Was that before or after the police were following you?
And they were following me doing the whole time. I didn't know, but after I left my daughter's school, which was right around the corner from my mom's house, I tried to stop.
Okay, because you didn't tell when the government asked you what happened next. Now you're saying after the school, you remember in your intoxicated state, you drove to your child's mother's house and left the important cell phone with her.
Listen, after I left her house, that's when I went to Family Dollar and got the $10 PM. Because I knew they were following me now. When I was in her apartment, they pulled a 5-car deep. I was able to get on out of there. I went to Family Dollar, got the $10 PM, and then I just shot on out.
Okay, so let me get it straight now. So when you went to your child's mother's house, I still have it, it is now your testimony that they were there 5 deep.
They pulled up 5 cars deep. As I was out there talking to her, they were pulling in the apartments, and I told her to move, and I pulled on up.
Okay. So as you're at the apartment, you see the cops, they somehow just let you get away?
They were on Mall, they were U.S. Marshals. They was on Mall. I guess they were waiting on me to meet somebody, maybe move, I don't know. Why they ain't give me right then?
Do you remember telling Uncle Ron, your brother Quez, and all that, prior to all this, that after it happened, that Govan is a federal snitch and he had put sort of a listening device in your jacket?
Oh, yeah, I remember saying.
Okay. Do you remember at one of your many interviews, they showed you photos of weapons that could have been used at the time of the shooting? You remember that? You had to identify photos that they were showing you of guns?
Probably, I can't tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think this was one of the non-intoxicated interviews.
Okay.
One of the guns that they showed you, you said was Justin's and it's old. You remember saying that?
He was on a picture with it?
No, it was just a gun. They sort of did a gun lineup, I guess, if you were. You remember that?
I don't remember.
All right. You remember being shown an AK and some other handguns, and you said those were Angela's guns. You remember that?
No, I don't remember it.
Okay.
I remember being shot with guns, but I don't remember it.
All right. And it's your testimony under oath, even though you told the police that you met Justin sometime in the past through miscellaneous. You were too intoxicated, and you have no idea how that name came into your mind to say, I met Justin with miscellaneous, right? This is random thought.
I was under the influence, dude.
Right.
I was under the influence.
I get all that.
If you ask the police to interview me, they'll tell you that they had to hold me up to go to the restroom.
All right.
So if you ask them to interview me, it's like to take them.
All right. And so the first interview where you said miscellaneous did this, and you had a long interview with the police. Not once did you mention the name Govan, right, in that first interview?
I never told them nobody did this. I never told them nobody did that. I never said and I never admitted to doing this or being a part of this or nothing.
I'm just trying to figure out all the people in the world you could have You said I met Justin through miscellaneous. Why miscellaneous? How did that come to your
I
mind?
don't even know no miscellaneous. I'm just being honest, sir.
Okay.
I was under the influence.
All right. Do you remember writing letters to your sisters,
Yes,
Kiana Smith and Vanessa Holmes?
Yes, sir.
All right. With regards to your letter to Kiana Smith, I guess you didn't think it was going to get seized. That was dated 3/3/22. That would be March 3rd, 22. You remember that? You gotta say yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're basically saying that Angela's lying, LMAO. Angela said she was scared, well, LMAO, she's fucking with my life with her lies. You remember all that?
Yes, sir, I wrote.
All right. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you.
No, I know what y'all's talking about.
Right, and you go on and on about her lying ass and all that other stuff. So the interesting thing there is you talked to your sister about a separate case here in Memphis, in the Holly Bobo case. You remember that?
Yeah, when I was explaining my lawyer history, who my lawyer was, they were representing me or whatever, I was just telling them like his history, who he all represented and stuff like that.
Okay. And it says, he being your lawyer, he said, that's the only way I will not do life in jail. And ECT, Maine, what is ECT? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Maine just got $50K for this. He talking about one of the men in Holly Bobo case where they raped and killed her, period. He worked with them and they let him walk free. You remember saying that to your sister?
Yeah,
That if he,
I wrote it. Yeah, I wrote it.
so the idea was, this is in March, you're not intoxicated anymore.
No, I ain't intoxicated.
You're writing to her that if I work with the police, just like this guy that raped and killed a woman and walked free because he cooperated, that
I
was,
actually don't know exactly what the guy did, what role the guy played that he represented. So I really didn't, and I didn't know the case very well as well. So I didn't know what was the outcome. I don't know what this fit because I didn't know the role that, I just know he represented somebody on the case.
so when your family was reaching out to Jook's lawyer, Arthur Horn, and getting other lawyers.
My family didn't reach out to Arthur.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Let him finish his question.
I want to be accurate. Yes, your family reached out to Attorney Bailey, who then reached out to Arthur Horn on your behalf to get the money and all that. Got it. But then when Bailey pulled out of the case, you got the same lawyer that got the man in the Holly Bobo case off by cooperating, right?
Right. Yeah.
Deputy, could you show him this?
Yeah, I see.
Okay, if I could have it back, Deputy. And this is your handwriting, right?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay, so again, I'll read it. He said that's the only way I will not do life in jail. And then you said he talking about one of the men in Holly Bobo case where they raped and killed her, worked with them, and they let him walk free. That's what you said to your sister about what you were gonna do and what you expected to have happen, right? That was your expectation.
Yeah, I was saying what my lawyer had, what my lawyer had did for their client, which I don't know that man role in the Holly Bobo case. I don't know what role he played in that case.
Okay.
So I don't know how he got to walk free. I don't know what he did. You know what I'm saying? Like what role he played in that woman killed or whatever. So I was just telling them what his history was.
Right, but you chose the one lawyer that you're talking about that said, his guy to cooperate and he walked free on murder, and we're here on a murder, right?
Well, you got somebody to walk free before, so I didn't know exactly what my lawyer did. Like, I was just telling them his history,
Okay, well, how do you know that I've gotten somebody to walk free before?
I heard about you. You're a good lawyer.
Okay, I'm not sure how, we've never met, right?
No, we never met, but
I did ask to talk to you.
TV.
Okay, and I have talked to you. I did ask to talk to you through the jail and stuff several times, right?
Did you ask to talk to me?
Yeah. Did your lawyer tell you that I called multiple times to try to talk to you before trial? They said, no, I couldn't talk to you. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Your lawyer didn't tell you that.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
It's okay, I'll withdraw the question. Can I just have a moment, Your Honor? You remember when I talked to you, it seems like a lifetime ago, where we talked about Gotti's Arthur Horn giving some money for your lawyer, and I asked you, are you on the team and all that? And you said, you don't know what I'm talking about. You remember that? Okay, so I'm just gonna play some audio for you. Sorry about this internet thing. I just want you to listen to it carefully. Tell me if that's your voice.
That this was like, was the message given to you that like this is for you to be on their team and not talk?
Pretty much, but not really, but I guess better making the payment, like this will be like, just be cool, but since I think.
And as far as you know, since you obviously had enough TV knowledge or whatever, since you know who I am, you know for a fact that neither Gotti nor Mr. Jook have ever been questioned by the police, right?
Yeah, I did.
All right. And I know Mr. Jook died in 2024, about 2.5 years after the shooting. You're not aware of them ever being questioned, even listening to what I just played for you, right?
No, I haven't talked to, I can't contact Jook or Gotti. I don't know them personally.
Okay. And so just before I sit down, we're not sure about the dates. We're not sure about the times. Basically, from this meeting until the murder, it's about 3 months is our best guess before you and Justin did it. The morning of the murder, you didn't call Mr. Govan, did you?
No, we talked to Govan the day before, like when we was already out.
Right. Well, the reason I ask is you didn't know what you were going to do that morning. Justin just showed up with a stolen white Mercedes, right?
No, we did. We knew they had turkey drive, like I said.
I'm not talking about turkey drive. When Mr. Johnson picked you up, he showed up with a white Mercedes. You didn't know he was coming with a white Mercedes, right?
No, I didn't know he pulled up in the car.
Right. And you didn't know what guns he was going to bring.
No, I did not.
And you didn't know if you were going to see anybody that day because the turkey drive had been going on all week, right?
No, we, like I said before, prior to this, was the day before, we was already out. So we knew that we was, you know what I'm saying? He already let us know. Mr. Govan already let us know, like, y'all gonna get some. We gonna get some. We ain't just selling nothing. We gonna get something. We out on it. We on the move.
And when you happened to see Mr. Dolph, since you said you're not familiar with PR and all that, even though you shot at Mr. Wu some months earlier, how did you know that was him? If you don't know much about PR, how did you know that was Dolph?
I told you I listened to Dolph. I knew Dolph, that's the only one I knew of.
Okay.
I listened to.
Well, the car that we saw is very dark tinted windows.
Everybody knows Dolph cars, all on the sign.
Okay, so he's got a G-Wagon? Yes? If you know everything, then all his cars.
Nah, like, all of them got like little military stuff on, but he was in there the day before at the gas station.
But you said when you got there, you didn't see him.
Nah, but it was on the internet. It was on the internet.
Okay, so when you now say that Govan told you about these turkey drives, you have access to the internet where you live, right? And you can see all the Instagram blowing up and he's doing all these turkey drives on your own. You knew that, right? You didn't.
Yeah, we all knew that they were doing turkey drives.
Right, because it almost sounds like we're being a child, right? You commit a murder and you're like, Govan told me to get rid of the gun, or Govan told me to get rid of the phone, or Govan said hide the car. You've been a pretty good criminal until then. You know you're supposed to do these things, right? You don't need it spoon-fed from that guy to say, hey, maybe hide the evidence from the murder, right?
Actually, I didn't know anything about the hit until Mr. Govan brought me in. He the one hired me to do the hits or whatever. I didn't know anything about paper. I have no hit. I didn't know anything about Justin Johnson. I met all that to Mr. Hernandez Govan, who sitting right there.
Right. And Jook was supposed to give you the money. And you met him and he told you if you would.
No, Jook wasn't doing all the talking. Mr. Hernandez Govan was doing all the talking, like I said. Jook was like, put them phones outside, and he was just like shaking his head, like whatever he was saying, like the money gonna be good. That was Mr. Hernandez was talking. He was like, you know what I'm saying? Just let's see what I heard.
Right. So the guy that you just met, that Bobby Carter Associates said might be a snitch, that's your listening to. Can we play this clip that you pulled for police? Okay, sorry, we have to switch computers, everybody.
It was one day when I was out riding, and I wanted some X pills, so I went to courthouse to get the X pills from him, and Jook was over there. And when I walked in, there was one quick told Jook, this little secret right here, and mine, Jook was like, he don't know. First, he said, take all the phones outside, you know. He ain't say my phone, he said quit phone. I passed my phone to make it feel comfortable. So, took the phone outside, Jook was like, he don't know how to get him, and he does. And okay, I was like, exactly when it was, but that's what he said.
Thank you. You remember saying that when you had this run-in with Jook just by chance, that he was doing all the talking about the hits. Assuming this is true.
Govan was too. Mr. Hernandez Govan.
So what I'm hearing, when you say it was just, and Jook also knew that Govan could have been a federal snitch, that's why he made you move the phones out.
I don't know nothing about that because I don't know Jook like that. I don't know what Jook knew about Mr. Hernandez Govan, but that was what I had heard, that he was a federal snitch, and every time somebody said he'd shoot at him, so that's why I ain't believe. So.
But you said earlier, about an hour or so ago, that even Jook knew about him being law enforcement, and that's why he made you take the phones outside.
That's what they said, but I don't know what Jook knew about him, because I don't know Jook like that, you know what I'm saying? But that's what I was assuming, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why he tell us to take the phone. That's what I was assuming.
And you're familiar with CMG, right?
I know the artist, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know them personally.
With regards to knowing Dolph and his music, you've heard of the song 100 Shots, right?
Yeah.
All right, so you know people have been trying to kill Dolph for 3 or 4 years prior to this, prior to you doing it.
Yeah.
All right, and you know that CMG had people all over the country trying to kill him, Los Angeles, Charlotte, etc. You know that, right? You read about it because you're a fan.
Yeah, I don't know exactly who it was or nothing like that. I don't know, but I know they've been having beef. I know they won't.
All right, and Yo Gotti's very successful, wealthy, all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
So of all the people that they ever hired to kill the biggest name in Memphis, they pick some no-name guy that sells a couple of pills on Bradley Street in Orange Mound to set you up to go kill somebody instead of paying some real professionals what they're doing, even though he's been shot at repeatedly in other places, right?
Yeah. Come from Mr. Hernandez Govan, he was saying I ain't want nobody on their camp doing it, so that's why he had us
Okay,
on the team.
yeah, go ahead and set it all up, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's how I met. That's how I knew about it. I didn't know nothing about
You didn't
it.
know nothing living in the streets, that there was a price on Dolph's head, that he'd been shot at, even though you know.
I know he been shot at him, been shot, but I didn't know like to connect with Jook to talk about. I do it. No. I do it. People no. Mr. Hernandez Govan, how me to do the job.
I appreciate your time.
No problem. Appreciate you.
Darn, you have it, I gotta check on something, I may have a couple more questions for, we need a break on the break. We need to take a break. Let's stay in a brief recess.
Court stands in a brief recess.
Let me say have a few follow-up questions for you, based on some of the things that Mr. Arora actually, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, so the date you got listed, that was December the 9th, 2021.
Correct.
And you spoke with police that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Arora asked you, about you stating that you met Justin Johnson through a person named Miscellaneous.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know a person named Miscellaneous?
No, ma'am.
Do you know a person named Justin Taylor?
After being locked up, I realized who he was.
Okay, who was Justin Taylor?
He used to be around Hernandez Govan and Justin Johnson.
And that's a different person than Justin Johnson, right? Justin Taylor, Justin Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned this in your interview, you met Justin Taylor through Miscellaneous, you remember that saying that?
No, I don't recall saying it.
All right, if that was what you said in your interview, that you're that, all right?
Yeah, that was part of the influence.
All right. We can play that. And Cornelius, do you recognize the person in this video?
Yeah, it looked like me.
Okay. Play this cool.
Did you speak with a Justin Taylor?
I'm trying to see that. Well, I had to look at my phone. I had to, but I don't know what I did.
Okay, you may know him as Drop or Ted.
I know.
Okay, did you talk to him that day?
I probably did, but yeah, I did.
What did y'all?
I just can't remember the whole conversation. I can't remember who I probably did.
Okay.
But I know well because you little brother. I'm 30, I'm 32.
Okay.
He don't.
How do you know Justin?
I don't know because I met him for one more party.
Which party did?
With the man, a rap name, Mr.
Who?
Mr. Lane.
Yes, sir.
They were asking you about Justin Taylor. You called it. And that's who you,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's who you're answering about.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, during the cross-examination, you were asked about some payments between cash and cash out. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am. That's when I cut my interview off.
Okay. Who was paying paid via Cash App, but what was the conversation involving Cash App? Because you mentioned that was two different instances you were talking about.
Justin was saying that he was gonna cash out Mr. Hernandez Govan some, money to get the car cover or whatever.
Okay.
And he got me cash.
Okay. Alright. And like I said, the incident happened November 17th, 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't initially speak with police to December the 9th, 2021.
Correct.
And it was even later than that when you mentioned about AutoZone, right?
Correct.
So it could have been.
Objection, leading, and speculative, Your Honor, could have been.
Well, possibly 5 or 6 months later when you spoke to them about.
Yeah, but when I first spoke to detectives, I wasn't, putting myself in it, saying that I did it, saying that I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was under the influence December the 9th, and the conversation we was having really was like, all right, if I don't incriminate myself in this, they gonna let me go, you know what I'm saying? It ain't working.
And last, you were asked about a message that was sent to Jook in December, I believe, 2021. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I had looked, I forgot what website, but I sent them a message like, when he go in home, boy, let's see, man, I'm trying to get with you so I can get my money.
At times, would you sometimes use Angela's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you possibly use Angela's phone to send that message?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Should ask the government to play the same audio clip instead of. Was that tape ready to pull back up? Okay, thanks. While she's doing that, a couple times while we were talking over the last hour or two, I called your girlfriend Angela Adams. You remember that? Okay, people sometimes say the names wrong, right? You gotta say yes or no.
Yeah.
All right. They're asking me about Justin Taylor. Do you know Justin Taylor?
Oh, I met him through Mr. Hernandez and Justin.
Okay, but the reason I ask is you said you talked to Justin that day of the shooting.
Justin Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah, they straight drop Justin Johnson.
Right, and the cop says Justin Taylor, you may know him as Drop. You remember hearing that? She's gonna play it again for you, so I don't want to pull the wool over the jury's eyes. You knew exactly who he was talking about. He just switched out the names, just like I've done, and the jury certainly did, because there's so many people involved. When he said, did you talk to Justin Taylor, Drop, or wherever, on the day of the homicide, you meant Justin Johnson. You said yes, right?
I didn't incriminate myself.
I'm not asking.
None of them that day. So when they were talking to me, I was under the influence, but I wasn't incriminating myself at the same time.
Okay. I understand that. It simply said, did you talk to Justin Taylor, Drop, or some other nickname? And you said yes, right? We'll just play it. We'll get to the bottom of it. I mean, you and I both know who they were talking about, right?
Nah, at the time I did. They asked names that I don't know. I didn't know Mr. Hernandez Govan first name. I didn't know Justin Johnson first name. I didn't know nothing about nobody first name. When I first got locked up, I didn't know none of their first names.
Whoa. So now you're telling this jury you didn't know Justin Johnson's first name until you got locked up?
They asked Justin Johnson, you might know him as Straight Drop. They were telling me their names before I got locked up. Like before I got locked up, I ain't know none of their first names. Like his name was Quick, Justin Johnson's name was Straight Drop.
Well, when the government asked you about Justin Johnson, you described exactly how it happened, how they introduced you.
I had paperwork with everybody's name.
Right, but I thought you didn't have a lot of the discovery, but now you have the names.
I don't have all my discovery. That's what I said, but the stuff that, you know what I'm saying, with everybody's name in it, I got it.
All right, so the man you went to go kill Dolph with in cold blood in broad daylight, that you'd known for about 4 months at that point, you didn't know his name was Justin. Never called him that.
No.
And you had his phone number. You called him bruh, so how did you know his name was Drop? Did you just call him brother? If that's how you had
straight drop. That was his rap name, so I just called him Drop. I ain't know nobody legal name. They ain't know my legal name. They called me Lil C. They ain't know my legal name. They just went off with everybody called me Lil C.
Okay. Can you play the audio, please?
He shot me about 7. Outside, yeah. Outside. Did you speak with a Justin Taylor for that day? Yes, I'm trying to see that. Well, I had to. You looked at my phone. I had to, but I don't know what I did. Okay, you may know him as Drop or Ted. I know him. Okay, did you talk to him that day? I probably did, but yeah, I did. What did y'all say?
Keep going until he says miscellaneous, please.
I can't remember who I probably did that. Okay. But I didn't know because, you know, brother, I'm 30, I be 32. Okay. And he hungry. How do you know Justin? You don't know because I met him for one of my parties. Which party did you? Okay, my rap name, Miscellaneous. Miss who? Miscellaneous. Miscellaneous. Okay.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure the jurors are taking notes. So a second ago, I told you, how did you know Justin Taylor? And you said you met him through Govan, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. So when the police officer asks you, how do you know Justin? If you were really talking about Justin Taylor, wouldn't you have said I met him through Govan? Remember, you just said it. Those are your words. I'm not trying to play games with you.
Right, I understand what you're saying.
All right. So you told us that you met Justin Taylor, whoever Justin Taylor is, through Govan, right?
Yeah.
And so when the police asked you, when did you meet Justin or Bluff, you said I met him through a rapper named Miscellaneous. You remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I just said on that.
So if the prosecutor tries to make it seem like you met Justin Taylor through Miscellaneous, that would be false because you just testified under oath that Govan's the one that introduced you to Justin Taylor, right?
Yeah, but I was also under the influence of the influence.
I get all that, but you're not under the influence.
Trying to incriminate myself.
The prosecutor's not under the influence, and neither are you. She asked you a straight up question and said, is it possible you met him this way? And you guys chuckled about it a little bit. What I'm telling you is, the truth is, if you ever knew Justin Taylor, it was through Mr. Govan. And when they asked you about Justin Gropp, you said I met him through Miscellaneous. Is that what we heard? The only answer is yes.
That's what the video just said.
That's all I have.
No.
We do have one witness, Angela Short.
No.
No, I don't believe she is.
Hernandez Govan, count 1. We, the jury, found the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 1 of the indictment. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, count 2. We, the jury, found the defendant Hernandez Govan not guilty in count 2 of the indictment. Ma'am?
Court's in session.
Ma'am? Ms. Johnson, is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict? Yes. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you for your service this week. You've done exactly what the court asked you to do, which was to sit, listen to all the proof, and come to a decision. You are excused.
Jury is excused. Thank you.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Your Honor. Court still in session.
Mr. Hernandez Govan, a jury of your peers having found you not guilty of all charges, sir, you are free to go.
Thank you so much, Judge.
You're welcome. You may come off the record.
Court's in recess.
I need judgment.
Ma'am. Judge sheets.
I need judgment sheets as to each count. Get the clerk to help you. Yeah, but Mr. Your local counsel can help you do that. Mr. Dorn, I'm sorry, Mr. Dorn.
All of this.
Manny, M-A-N-N-Y, Arora, A-R-O-R-A.
Make an adjustment, you know. You should have seen the calls I got when Tyree Nichols said he was.
Obviously, this is what you hope for. What can you tell us?
I think in my cynical side, I was just concerned, but thankfully the jurors listened. They saw the holes in the case, and I'm so happy for our client who'd had to go through this for the last 4 years.
What do you think the turning point was in the whole case?
I think you get in bed with dogs, you get fleas, and a half-baked investigation that should have been done all the way through. If I could find all the holes in the case after 4 years of police investigations, you darn well know they could have. And I frankly think they shaded things, did whatever they had to do politically to make this a case, and they didn't actually go after the real perpetrators. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I just gotta do the jury stuff first, and I'll have to.
Okay.